advertising marketplace of the future. We are thrilled to be joined by leaders from FreeWheel, Comcast Technology Solutions, NBC Universal, and more. Please be sure to ask questions and use the chat to engage with both our speakers and attendees. Without further ado, I'm thrilled to bring our webinar speakers onto the virtual stage. We are joined by Mark McKee, the Chief Revenue Officer at FreeWheel, Richard Noon, VP and GM of the Advertiser Solutions at Comcast Technology Solutions, and Bradley Epperson, the SVP of Business Operations and Services at NBC Universal. This webinar will be moderated by John Watts, Executive Director of the Project X Institute and Senior Advisor at MTM. Welcome to the stage, you guys.
Hi.
How you doing?
Oh. Yeah, great.
Great. Let's see. I think everyone is here. We're missing. Oh, here's Bradley. Great.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Bradley. John and Mark, if you just unmute yourself. John, I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pearl. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Right, let's get underway. So welcome everybody to today's webinar. We're going to start just by providing a very quick summary of a presentation of some research that we've done just as the background to this event. So let me just quickly share my screen and bring up the slides. There we go, and everyone should be able to see that now. So first of all, thank you very much, Pearl, for the welcome. We are here today to talk about a topic that hopefully is front of mind and incredibly important to everyone who's joining us today, and that is building the ad marketplace, the TV advertising marketplace of the future. The conversation we're about to have with these three gentlemen was inspired by a piece of research undertaken during the last few months, looking at some of the priorities that both buy-side and sell-side companies in the US and internationally feel should be absolutely front and center for every company as we look to realize and unlock the potential of some of the new capabilities coming into the market. The good news is that the research is available in a paper that is available for download now on the Comcast Technology Solutions website. There will be a link available. You should be able to get hold of it very quickly. The research involved depth interviews with 40 senior industry executives. 3 of whom I'm delighted to say have been able to join us today, both from within the Comcast and NBCU family of companies, but also more widely. We've generally tried to engage deeply with the entire industry to get a sense of what those big priorities are. What do people feel needs to happen during the course of the next 5 years to really unlock the potential of all that's happening in the world of TV. And there is, make no mistake, a lot happening in the world of television. TV, as everyone knows, has clearly transitioned. It's transitioned very quickly from a broadcast-only industry to a truly multi-platform video market, both in the US and internationally. The good news is that TV and video advertising within that context remains uniquely valuable and effective for any company wanting to build a brand, engage with customers at scale, really unlock the full potential of that market. TV is uniquely powerful, but new opportunities are proliferating. TV now can do much, much more. It can be used for sales activation. It allows very, very direct addressable advertising, a whole range of new potential. These opportunities, however, are not all fully in place. And one of the big priorities that came out of our research was that more work is required to really realize in full these opportunities. So what were the 4 priorities that came out of research? Well, the first priority was standardization, to really develop the technical solutions, standards and working practices required to support addressability. The good news is that addressability has become much more widely available, both on traditional linear broadcast, but also on streaming and VOD, of course. But stitching all of that together can still be complex for the buy side. And a clear ask from advertisers and agencies was to make the market easier to transact with at scale, especially in the US, where you have a significant number of scale MVPDs, smart televisions, streaming services, and other different platforms, some of which can be complicated to engage with, and not all of which are standardized. So that was priority one, building out addressable at scale and making the market more seamless to interact with. Priority two from our research is looking at the other side of the equation, looking at workflows. Now, saying addressable advertising and taking advantage of it is all very straightforward, but addressable does put a big ask on the workflows and business processes of buy-side companies. It creates a significant proliferation of creative assets, and often if you're looking to optimize in flight, it requires agencies and in some cases advertisers to retool and really reimagine their operations to take advantage of things like automation and the full potential of addressable. So priority two from our research was to transform those workflows, and that requires investment. Priority three is really data, data, data. The TV data marketplace has clearly been developing very rapidly. And the positive news is that big data that can support much more targeted granular advertising, the development of custom audience segments, the resolution of identity, and much more sophisticated and nuanced approaches to attribution have proliferated. But the bad news is that not all data is good and not all data is the same. And I think a third priority that came very strongly through from our research was the need to really build out industry-wide practices that can support the greater application of data to multi-platform inventory. We need to standardize, 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 and simplify. And the fourth priority from our research was looking at the opportunities more generally to collaborate as an industry in the development of standards that really allow the industry to invest at scale and with confidence that the new platforms and capabilities being introduced across the market work in a seamless way across different platforms and pools of inventory. The TV industry has always been heavily driven by standards at each stage of the value chain, but advanced advertising has developed very quickly, and it's not fully clear that standards have caught up. So that's the fourth priority that came out of our research. Now, to address these four priorities in more detail and to give us a sense of the kinds of opportunities that can be unlocked in the marketplace of the future, let's turn back to our panel. So, to get the ball rolling, I wanted to ask each of our panelists to briefly introduce themselves and then to give us a sense, really, of what we're building towards. What is this marketplace of the mid-20s? What kinds of opportunities will it present to the buy side? Why should advertisers and agencies be excited? Richard, do you want to lead us in?
Oh, great. Yeah, thanks. Well, thanks, John. Hi, Brad. Hi, Mark. Well, John, firstly, thanks for facilitating this. I know it's been a heavy lift and we've got some fantastic input to the white paper. So it's a great job. I think genuinely I'm really excited about what's happened, but I think more importantly, what is going to happen over the next 3 to 5 years. And I think at a headline, what struck me, being that this was European and US based research, that there was a clear unification of thought around the opportunities and the challenges. So that's a good start that the world is now seeing this from sort of more of a global perspective. I think from my lens, from a Comcast Technology Solutions, what is exciting, but also I think challenging, is we're going to see and we are starting to see a massive increase of ad volume growth over the next 3 to 5 years, about 7x increase to be precise in terms of various metrics that you can see. That's great, and for all the obvious reasons you're going to see that ad volume growth. I think the challenge though is on top of that, in an emerging addressable world, you're going to get personalization on top of that, so i.e. numerous versions of that ad. So again, that's going to give an exponential kind of growth on top of that 7x. So that's going to cause some challenges, and the challenges that exist today are really about the sort of the workflow management of. There is a lot of manual processes that the industry has, certainly on the buy side, and that kind of goes right the way through to the sell side. So automation through technology is critical, absolutely critical, to deal with that scale. We think we've solved for that to some degree, but it's critical that we get that base level of bringing all sources of truth into one place to manage that ad volume growth. And when you layer on personalization on top of that, then you can deal with the scale. But I do think The excitement's there, the trajectory of travel is there, but I think as an industry, and you call it out, that there has to be some investment around the automation of workflows and making sure that we can actually deal with that growth. Otherwise, we can be as sophisticated as we want in terms of targeting. Otherwise, that ain't going to happen. So that's my headline.
That's worth knowing. Thank you, Richard. Bradley, as the broadcaster on the panel, I'm guessing you're going to have a very particular view. And obviously, NBCU has made some really exciting announcements over the last few months as it looks to take advantage of these opportunities. Give us a sense of how you're responding to these changes and of what you think the promise of this new marketplace is. Why should advertisers be excited?
Thanks, John. And thank you, Richard. Good to see you, Mark. So my role and function inside NBC Universal is one of providing services to our advertiser to our advertisers and the market as we sell and they buy from us. And so where it becomes very critical for us and the excitement starts to play into what the future looks like is that buying these new capabilities and advertisers' desire for new capabilities is undeniable, and it will be the future of what we do. But the history and the scalability and the reliability of how they've been developed is all very young and very nascent. So if you look back at just the legacy of linear television, we've got a long history of having a whole lot of yesterdays. And every yesterday we improve the process just a little bit better to where legacy television runs at a fairly well-oiled machine. And now with adding in new functionalities, new capabilities, new data needs, all these new scalability capabilities that Richard spoke about kind of creates this complexity of service, right? So my job and my team's job is to make sure that our clients are happy with the exchange that they have with NBC and the ease of doing business with us. And so to be able to do that, it's not just a solution upon us as a network or us as a publisher to be good, but it's us to help develop what's needed for the industry from a workflow, because it is a connected workflow all the way from an advertiser to an agency, to a delivery company, to an ad serving vendor. So to make sure that we're tied along the way. So it doesn't just work for us, but it works for our customers as well.
And if you successfully execute on all of that, what excites you about that marketplace of the future that you're building today?
Really, all the exciting opportunities that our advertisers have to do to reach their customers in really new and unique ways. So knowing that there's a desire to do better, to market better, to really target that customer, and if we can excel on being able to deliver those customer needs, that's the most exciting thing.
Great, thank you for that. Let's bring in Mark. Mark, you obviously have an important role at one of the most important TV ad tech businesses in the world and work with many of the largest media organizations. Give us a sense of what you think the promise of these new technologies is for the TV ad marketplace of the future. What is there to be really excited about over the next few years?
Right. Yeah. Thank you. And thanks for hosting and moderating. This is a very exciting topic, something that's near and dear to our heart. It's what we focus on day in and day out. And we do that both on how do we help bring technologies and platforms in place to help publishers and operators globally on the supply side, but also how do we help to support the buy side as well with platforms and technologies to support their workflow and the connections that they do have to companies like NBC. From my perspective, I think you hit it with that research, which was the ability to standardize and automate processes is something of great importance. I also think this concept of interoperability is going to be one of great importance as well, because with those standards and automation, it's not just one company. Many companies are trying to solve the different pieces of the equation as we move to a more addressable future. For me, the most exciting piece comes really most from the consumer perspective. I think from a brand mentality, the operational ease that can be constructed if we do achieve this in the right way allows for much better visibility into not only how they reach consumers, brands, and agencies, but also the impact that has. I think that's one big important component to it. The other big important component that excites me is really about the performance that comes around it. Right now, it is, again, there's a lot of different components that exist, whether it be the measurement tools and the unique bespoke ways in which both buyers and sellers value or measure the ways in which they work. And I think from a standardization and an automation perspective, the visibility into what works and why, and almost in the most simplest form, the metrics of reach and frequency and understanding that impact is of great importance. The last thing I'd say is, again, from an agency and a marketer perspective, is it's very hard right now. We have a lot of different solutions out there. There's a lot of different ways in which you can approach achieving an objective. It's very, very fragmented. I think the work that this group and the industry is doing right now will help to make that a heck of a lot easier to understand, a heck of a lot easier to implement and execute. And then it shifts from how do we operate to much more about what are the objectives we're trying to achieve, and have a much clearer way in which to go and do that.
So a lot of this is work in progress, but if the work is done and it goes well, then the promise is really exciting. Okay, so that's a sense of where we're headed. Now, before we look any further forwards, I thought it might be valuable to start by having a quick look back, and really just to try and contextualize what's happening by thinking a bit about the enormous progress that's been made over the last 10 years. So I wanted to ask the panelists really to peer into their crystal balls, and rather than looking forwards in time, to peer back in time to 2010 and to try and remember what the market looked like then. And just to give us a sense of what you see as being the most notable advancements in the last decade. What's really moved? Because a lot of what we're talking about now has been happening for some time, but how far have we come? Richard, do you want to start us off? When you think about the last decade, what have been the most important areas of progress from your point of view?
Yeah, we could be here for hours. I mean, there's been a massive shift for sure, but I think, having thought about this, the biggest thing for me is that I think we're in a genuine world now of omni-channel, which I don't think existed. I'm trying to sort of hark back 10 years. I mean, that does seem like a millennial away. Which is important. So there's a lot more transparency across sort of channel and audiences, and what I'd say emerging attribution, and that's been a big progress. As sort of Mark alluded to, big step forward. I think things like, and I was thinking, what's been a catalyst? AdSmart, that was launched by Sky in Europe, has now sort of come over to the US. I think that's a decent step forward. I know NBC launched C-Flight, which is starting to emerge as an interesting platform to how audiences are looked at. So I think there's some emerging standards, but Mark's spot on, and I think as an industry we need to kind of come together and bring that as one. I think the challenges that still exist, and then again Mark alluded to it spot on. I think yes, we're in a world of omni-channel, but it's not particularly frictionless in terms of how you can go and buy. It's very, very fragmented, as Mark alluded to. But I think there are, again, emerging groups and huddles such as Project Or, the Unaddressability Initiative, that I think are starting to try and set the standards as well. But I think the good news is, back to my headline point, I guess, is that we can now genuinely, with transparency and to some degree in real time, buy in an omni-channel way. Whereas before, there's still groups of silos, but before it's certainly moved on. It's not there to a world of perfection, but it's a damn sight easier than it was 10 years ago. That's for sure. So I think that would be my big step forward.
So Bradley, when you think about what's happened within the organization you work for, and I think I'm right, but you were with NBCU in 2010. You've been there for a little while. So when you look back at the organization of 2010 and fast forward over the last 10 years, how different is it now to what it was in 2010? What have been the really big shifts in the way NBCU thinks about its advertising business?
Yeah, to follow up on Richard's comments, the proliferation of content, and then that content availability through streaming platforms and individual experiences for audiences to consume our content at their desire and will, and then the ability to target that marketing message directly to that advertiser through that experience. We did not have this same level of capability in 2010. So to see, where we've come from 2010 with our content, where we are now, and how that the strength of the quality of that content equal to the strength of a marketer's message can really drive products and desire with our customers is just a massive enhancement to the value that we have as an opportunity for clients. So and then technologically speaking, underneath that, again, 10 years ago we were talking about getting tapes on for commercials to put on television. So now we're trying to figure out how can we digitally change an ad right before it airs to reach a unique customer at the right time with the right message or messaging from the marketer. And that's a really short period of time to make such a massive leap when you just stop and think about it in that capacity.
It's a great example and a fantastic example of really how far we've come. I mean, Mark, from a FreeWheel point of view, as a tech provider, when you look back at the technologies and products that were in market in 2010, what's really been transformed? What's your sense of the really fundamental changes from a tech point of view?
So I would say this is both tech and consumer, really. But if you go back 10 years and you think about the direct-to-consumer offerings, like a Peacock, and you look at it today, I think transformationally, we have transformed this way in which consumers can access content in really, really good ways. I think so. That's a huge milestone that has been achieved, and it's really just in the beginning phases. It's only continuing to ramp. As you can imagine, that has some pretty big implications on the technical side of things, not just in how you support a live event where you have 10 million concurrent viewers of something like the World Cup happening digitally, but also how you support the advertising that goes along with that. And I think some of the other things that we've seen that have really kind of evolved over time. So that's more from a content and a consumer perspective and the impact that has on the infrastructure that sits below it. I think the other big transformation, everyone talked about data, but I think data and how key it is to everyone, not just one side, not just one brand, not just an agency, and certainly not just an operator or a publisher. That role of data is something that is so critical. It's both the exposure of who is watching, it's the targeting, and this really has fueled a huge, huge uptick from a test and learn from an audience-based buying model to this is how we do it. And we've seen a lot of new companies come about, whether it be OpenAP. Again, we talked about or on addressability. All of these things are really a byproduct of this bigger shift to an audience-based model. But lastly, I'd say is it also has really given a rebirth to the importance, because we just talked about all this fragmentation. It also gave a rebirth to the importance of tentpoles and live events, I think, because of all the fragmentation and choose your own time to watch anything, finding those concurrent viewers at one time, I think has bolstered the importance of tentpoles like the Olympics, like the Super Bowl, and everything that goes in between those two. So I use that as an example to say it's pretty interesting to see, yes, we have an audience-based future, and addressability is certainly the foundation for that, but it also is giving rise to the importance of how do I reach multiple people, many, many millions of people at one time. And so again, these tentpoles become even more invigorated as an important part to a media mix.
And the thing to me which feels exciting about that is that you now have a much greater variety of options to present to your typical advertiser in terms of how they reach their audience, with what frequency, with what mass, with what weight, and so on, which really opens the market up in a way. Mark, let's stick with you for a moment, because I think the next part of the puzzle we should talk about is scaling up addressable, which I think was one of the key priorities coming out of research for the next few years. Now, obviously, addressable in some senses is both not new. We've been talking about addressable advertising for several years, but it still, in many respects, has quite a long way to go to unlock its full potential. What's the work that still needs to be done if we're really going to capitalize on the promise of addressable? What's already in place and what still needs to happen?
So I think from an execution perspective, that's really where we've been focused as an industry from an addressable mindset. How do we serve the ad to an individual household? And it's much more from an execution. The challenge comes when we do have to scale it. And you mentioned earlier on, there's both the standardization and the automation that has to go hand in hand. The biggest piece that I think we often forget about, we talk about addressability, and we talk about addressability as a one-off campaign execution. Oh, I'm running an addressable campaign. We might sell an addressable campaign. The challenge is that going to an addressable future changes every aspect of how we operate. It changes our order management systems that sit within NBC. It changes our creative management that sits within CTS. It changes our historical ratings and viewership of that rating process, our buying models, our media mix models, all fundamentally change. And it's less about the execution of addressable, but more the workflow that goes along with that. Even things like Strata or Mediaocean, platforms that are inherent in the agency and advertiser communities to help manage their process, have to fundamentally change as well. Those historical ratings and estimates and forecasts all have a lot to need evolution. And so when we look at what's both exciting and the importance of standardization, it's not just standardization of, oh, how do you count an impression? It's standardization of how I even got to running that campaign. That is a huge, huge lift. And I think it will really give rise to both on the sell side, how we sell, the pricing models that we go up to market with. But I also think it will have a fundamental change on how the agencies and the advertisers look at how they price things. You know, I think the idea or simple concept of a currency against the CPM on a demo might very much go away, and new models will come about. And so that's a big change to our industry and our ecosystem.
I mean, that's a fascinating perspective, I think, on where we are and where we have to go. I mean, Bradley, as one of the leading TV businesses in the States, does that resonate with you? Where can you give us a sense of where you think you are on your addressable journey?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mark hit all the big points, and you know, if you break them down individually, adjusting and adapting to that change for anyone within the supply chain, whether it's an advertiser or an agency, because it's a little sticky, because it's a little difficult, as much as it makes sense and is desirable as it might be, it's hard. And so how do we make it not so hard? So just in the regards to addressable in itself, building an audience that's desired for a campaign that an advertiser wants to hit, that's a difficult task to do. So it's not something today that is, you know, you punch in 4 numbers into a computer and 10 seconds later it pops out and you execute upon that. You really have to take in a lot of considerations from different data elements and how you access those data points to build that audience, to create that campaign, to execute to what that advertiser wants to do. And that takes time. So how do we, as, you know, a service provider, as an industry, start to release or reduce the amount of time it takes to find those audiences, to execute those desires, and just, you know, do it in hyper speed, right? So we don't have decades to make this better. We've got a small amount of time to really fulfill what our advertisers are expecting in a way that they want to, you know, communicate to their viewers.
And just give us a sense, at the moment, are you running multiple different platforms and tools for different pools of inventory, or have you been bringing it all together and gradually converging these workflows and processes?
So I guess a little bit of both. So, you know, we're very public with our one platform strategy as NBC Universal, to go out and say to what you kind of kicked off at the very beginning, John, where we've got multiple viewers of our content across multiple screens, and we as a network and a publisher can fulfill marketing messages across all of those screens and in one combined type of buy. But at the same time, we are also capable of uniquely delivering campaigns very specifically for a particular type of buy with a particular type of audience that is unique and niche based on an advertiser's needs. So, you know, the scale comes obviously in providing, not just for us, but our clients and our advertisers, in a more global and larger perspective on something like a one platform. But we also provide white glove service and niche capabilities and really targeted campaigns.
It's really interesting. let's talk a little bit about workflows. So addressable is one side of the equation, but Richard, as you mentioned, to really take advantage of workflows, we need to see a lot of retooling, not just on the buy side, but also, sorry, not just on the sell side, but also on the buy side. Give us some sense of where, from your experiences, the big agency groups and advertisers are in dealing with some of those priorities. You know, when it comes to taking full advantage, what needs to happen and how far advanced are we?
I'd say it's work in progress. There's still some, just if I'm just talking from the buy side, there's still some structural challenges around a siloed approach, even at a basic level from linear TV and all things digital. So there has to be some change from a structural perspective, but I do think that technology can help bridge that gap by unifying all of those channels to bring in again all these sources of truth into kind of one place, so that a buyer, but back to, I guess, my side looking at Brad's side, a buyer can then look at what content has run, what ads have gone across different content across different channels and different formats to see what's been working. That's where we need to get to, because again, and we touched on all the challenges around addressable. Where we are now, addressable should take us to a place of what I call, I guess, the near sort of holy grail of perfection. But getting there is, there's a fairly long road to do that. But ultimately, from a workflow perspective, if you're not seeing the full picture in one platform or system, how can you then look at what's worked and then get that attribution back and then change it? Because you can be able to change these things on the fly. So if I've seen one ad version of an auto car and it's a SUV, rather than going, well, I'm just going to hit that person 6 times with the same ad and it's an SUV, actually maybe the second ad should be a sports car in an urban landscape versus the SUV with kids in the back in a country setting in the first one. Now, if you don't have a platform to unify all those points about what has gone there in the first place, you will not get to a place of more personalization and learning and having those algorithms behind to then serve more relevance based on an addressable world. So that's where we need to get to. I think there's some pathways to get there, but I do think, there's, as I say, in summary, there's some structural stuff from the buy side. There's technology gaps because there's lots of point solutions, and certainly what we're trying to do, again, working with the Freewheel and the NBCs, is to how we make that as frictionless as possible and transparent and unified, because I think that will give us a base foundation to then get and to deliver a more seamless workflow in an addressable world.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it's as challenging as trying to change jets on a 747 while in flight, but it doesn't sound far off it. I mean, how monumental a task is this? Is it a question of baby steps, bit by bit, or do you really have to go for some grand transformation in one big bang?
No, I mean, I'm sure the guys will have maybe the same but different view, but this is an evolution, not a revolution. I think, as Brad said right up front, if you think where we were 10 years ago to where we are now, we have tried to change legacy-based system and bring them up to date. But I think going forward, this is why I think as an industry and hence really all the 40 odd people that input into this document, the white paper, that it's important that we act like an industry. We can't, NBC can't go off and do their thing and Freewheel do their thing and we do our thing. We have to act as one, because ultimately all ships need to rise. There has to be greater ROI ultimately for the advertiser. And frankly, get greater ROI, you're going to get greater yield on the sell side. So therefore everyone wins. So it is around, can technology bridge a lot of these gaps that exist? Yes. And then how do we all work together to frankly try and tick off a lot of the challenges that Mark highlighted right up front in this addressable world that we're shifting quite rapidly into?
Okay, let's talk about the third priority, which I think is data enablement. Mark, it seems that it's very hard to avoid discussion about the use of data to enhance and grow the TV market. I think there's a consensus emerging that data is going to be critical for driving growth and innovation in the 2020s. But obviously data is not new. How are we using data at the moment, and how could we be using data in the future to really supercharge the market?
I can speak from what I see, and still the use of third-party data still continues to be a very important component to that equation. Consumer privacy is like the standard, and I think putting the consumer first is something that I know Comcast does, but I know it's not necessarily unique to Comcast. We do know that a lot of companies are trying to come up with solutions to solve for this idea around identity. Google Flock is a great example of that. The Trade Desk Unified ID 2.0. But there are a host of other Blockgraph, which is a company that was incubated out of FreeWheel, that's looking to really take a federated approach. So I think from that perspective, consumer privacy will still be paramount, not to mention all the regulations that we're dealing with, and staying within those. And they do, GDPR certainly was that first kind of entry into it. But then we saw CCPA and it continues to evolve globally as to how we continue to protect consumers. Today, what we are seeing most frequently is the desire for brands to use their first-party data. Use their first-party data and create the audiences, sure, but also really start to track the life cycle of consumer. And for today, I'd say from an addressable perspective, it's much more about sending down a very tailored message to a household. In the digital world, we've been using data to more accurately target at the individual level. And certainly that's something that people have seen great value in. And so it's somewhere in between those two worlds where we have to understand the co-viewing habits that take place in a household. But that being said, the use of data right now, I think that there is certainly the targeting piece, but I think the most important component is on the measurement side. How do we use the data and what has happened to inform, and is it working? How does that change the models that we use going forward? And how does that change the way in which we execute moving forward? So I'd say privacy of the consumer is number one. From a FreeWheel perspective, what we're hearing a lot about is more from a user experience. How does the consumer data inform not just the ad experience, but actually the platform and viewer experience? And that's one thing that, I can speak with regard to NBC. It's a huge priority for them because that consumer experience as relates to the entire environment in which they're consuming content has to be taken into consideration. And so a lot of the data is just to enhance, not to target, but just to enhance the experiences that attract those eyeballs.
It's a really interesting point. And Bradley, Mark referred to some of the work that NBCU does. How has the proliferation of data and the desire of advertisers to apply their own data to their TV and video ad campaigns changed your workflows and processes?
So it's been a massive shift in the way, obviously, even in a again, back to that 10-year time gap, right? Like how we've approached buying and selling, how we've been delivering audiences. And, to even follow up on what Mark was saying, consumer privacy as it matures is really starting to drive around even the technology solutions on how that happens. So as it proliferates and people understand more and the privacy becomes a greater aspect, that then adjusts and adapts the change of how the data can be implemented in the service and what you can buy and how you can target. And again, all these massive changes in such a short period of time really kind of add up. For us, again, third-party data from our advertisers is as important to them as it is for us to be able to deliver on, but can also be just as private. And so we've just recently announced, and a lot more to come in that regard, but our Ad Insights Hub, where we'll have a very common place for advertisers to securely and safely store their data that they want to target against, that we can kind of pull into our environments, deliver back, and then communicate quickly back to them about how that operates, but in a way that is privacy select for our advertisers without having to expose a whole lot of information, even to us, for what they're desiring to get done. So, and that's all, as a new announcement just coming from last month. So we're really pushing forward on all things data. We used to be a really, and always have been, a massive content company, and now more and more it feels like we're a large data company that has really great content. So it's really starting to shift the mindset of how we operate and how we view data for our customers.
It's a really interesting perspective. So from a data point of view, Richard, do you see common challenges on the buy side? Obviously, not all agencies and advertisers are the same, and there's a very diverse range of capabilities and strategies out there. In your dealings with the buy side, are there common challenges from a data point of view which crop up repeatedly?
I guess yes and no. I mean, if you look at CTV as a kind of the new hot channel that's kind of emerged and frankly accelerated during the pandemic, when you strip it all back, advertisers follow eyeballs, and they'll continue to follow them if there's an ROI. And I think what we've seen within, frankly, the explosive growth of CTV, that in my view is kind of a hybrid behind sort of old school digital and this emerging addressable TV. It's clearly working, right? Because you're seeing a lot of spend going behind it. And I think the learnings from how media agencies and DSPs are cleverer with targeting and using data and then driving that more real-time performance is coming through in that world of CTV. So I think that bodes well, very well, frankly, from what we talked about earlier around sort of addressability, because there's clearly an appetite there, because it's all around the ROI, and ultimately that's what an advertiser on the buy side looks at, and they'll throw more and more money behind it if they can hit the right audience and get the performance that they need. So I'm encouraged by, I think, the sophistication of all things programmatic in how they think and execute campaigns, born out of old school banner right the way through now to this fusion point of CTV is working, and clearly data is a key part of that. And it's positively working well. So I think that bodes well for the future.
Yeah, I'd add one thing to the component. So the byproduct of this data, I think data costs on all fronts will continue to increase. So as you think about your 5-year planning cycles, it's like, well, we probably should put a little more operating expense into the data side of the house. It also will see a big transformation in talent. I think the talent that a technology company, sure, but an agency, a brand, a media company, a lot more in the data science world. And it's really, it's interesting because we have to compete with different industries to get a different type of talent. And so it's going to be interesting as we think about how just even the makeup, the cultural makeup of our companies, all of them, will certainly transform.
It's a great point, and fascinating to see that cultural change happening literally in front of us. Now we have some great questions coming in. We're running into the final part of our discussion. I wanted to ask you, Mark, a very quick question about our fourth priority, standardization, which I was wondering if you could try and do in no more than a minute. And then we'll take some questions which have come through. So standardization, in a nutshell, what still needs to be standardized in order to unlock the full potential of the new TV ad marketplace? Isn't everything standardized already, or is there still work to be done?
A little bit of work to be done. In 1 minute, I'd say the standardization is taking place in silos. Reconciliation for an agency or an advertiser. All right, I have a new currency. So the standardization of how new addressable formats and currencies take place and how I measure and reconcile that is a big silo as an example. The audiences that we talk about is again, I think we're getting in a good spot for it. But again, that's in a silo, very kind of one-off or manual, even if it is standardized. The biggest thing that we have to do right now is the standardization across all of those and how we connect that full workflow. that has not taken place yet in a meaningful way to scale to the way we need to. The last thing I'd say in this topic is likely the standardization of the legacy systems that each of our companies, and I mean as an industry, the legacy systems that we've either homegrown, that we've built our own tech stack with different vendors or partners that we've helped to develop it. All of that has to be rethought, redesigned. And that is a lot of work and investment in time. And so I love that we're making really good efforts, whether it be on the audience front or on kind of the automation of the buy or sell. But I think the real kind of use case that needs to be addressed is how does that apply to our own systems and how we operate day in and day out.
Thank you for that, Mark. Pretty much a minute. Okay, now we have some great questions coming through. So let's pick up the first of them. Question from Carolyn Pacer, I think it is. What advice would you give to an advertiser who has a presence on linear TV, but wants to get into the CTV space? The fragmentation in the market makes it very difficult to decide who to partner with first. A DSP, a publisher, an agency to manage all for us. What would your advice be? Bradley, I'm guessing this might be one you might want to have a stab at.
I feel like I can only provide a selfish answer, right?
I was thinking that might be the case.
and to be fair, we have great relationships with many open source companies and companies like FreeWheel and the Trade Desk, and every opportunity to purchase our inventory against our content in many places. I would say, especially if you're taking the first step, if you have a trusted relationship with a long-term partner, try to first work with them to see what your capabilities are and better understand what they can do to serve you. And if they can't get what you need, but they should be able to in this day and time, there are other great options to start to explore outside of linear television to be able to purchase. So, those the programmatic companies and companies like FreeWheel are really growing at such massive capacity to be able to provide services to advertisers like this in a really scalable way. So that would be my first recommendation. I'll always go to your trusted relationship first.
And there's a really interesting point, I think, within that question, which is that all of these developments are creating very exciting new opportunities, but they are absolutely increasing complexity. And with great choice comes also a certain element of befuddlement and confusion.
Right.
You've got to navigate it some way, so that trust piece feels really important. Let's jump on. We have a second really interesting question here, and not dissimilar, but from a different part of the world. What's your advice for a smaller production company? And I'm guessing this means an advertising production company or creative company who wants to help position itself as a valued partner with companies and publishers within this future landscape of content, branding, and exposure. Richard, I'm sure you won't want to answer this one, but do you want to have a stab at it?
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, if I'm hearing it right, if it's a kind of a production company, I think there's probably two answers I think I can come up with. One is, we talked about this big sort of hockey stick curve of ad volume growth, and therefore more opportunities to produce versions of ads. So clearly, I think there's opportunity there for production-based businesses, not just to develop one core asset, but many versions of that based on segments of audiences. However, I think that the challenge then becomes a technological one, which is how can you do that from a manual process to a more automated in, I wouldn't say real time, but probably near real time, because the point is that we've covered addressability in various forms. Producing different ads more dynamically in a kind of linear or even digital space is where it's going to go. And certainly from our perspective, we are developing technology around that to deliver more personalized creative versions. So I think the tip is, don't think about what you can do today, think about where the industry is going and where you position yourself. But ultimately, the volume is going to get bigger, but you're going to have to need technology to help drive that. So that would be my answer, if that's an answer.
One brief question, sort of subsidiary question, Richard. Do you think a lot of the changes we've spoken about apply more to lower funnel activity than kind of upper funnel brand building and awareness raising activity, or not really? It's the whole spectrum.
No, it's the whole spectrum, because I think that upper, lower, brand versus performance is now fusing into one. This is why you're seeing a lot of D2C happening. And I think because of a lot of the things we've covered today, which is what's working, what's not. Is it a brand ad? Is it performance-based ad? It doesn't really matter. Is it delivering a return on investment? And I think that old school brand, which is what I grew up in, versus performance, is just fusing into one now, because it's about ROI.
Okay. So we have one final question, which I suspect may be one that, unless any of the panel have a hitherto undisclosed expertise in digital out of home, we might have to park. The question is, do we think the new systems and processes for addressability and attribution will be applied or need to be applied to digital out of home? It is a really fascinating question. I'm guessing the answer must be yes, of course. But panel, any views on this one?
I can speak from, one of the platforms that FreeWheel has is Strata, which covers all forms of media. And digital out of home is one that is increasingly becoming very, very important. Not only because of the versioning that goes along with it, but also because of it's really using a lot of the same systems we use for video. And so with that, I do think this is one of those areas that will start to bleed a bit. When we look at digital out of home, it might be that newest form of kind of video, if we think about it from just the exposure perspective. And how does that come together in a way that's a little bit more like a planned medium as it relates to video than it is necessarily just an out-of-home type of unit. And that's a lot of what the brands are looking at. Even new measurement approaches, working with Nielsen and things of that nature are also top priority for the industry.
That's really interesting. And I remember 10 years ago, we used to hear quite a lot of talk about the single big integrated display market in the sky. I think attention has shifted a bit more to sorting out TV first, but I can imagine that debate will come up again. We are running perilously short of time, so I thought we might just turn to a kind of final summing up question for the panel. What do we see as the priorities for collaboration and cooperation in the industry during the next few years to really unlock the potential of this new marketplace, which we're all excitingly wading into? Mark, do you want to go first? If you had to point at or single out a single area, particularly thinking about buy-side, sell-side cooperation, where does the industry need to come together to really unlock the potential of this market?
I would say in the automation of those transactions. I think what NBC is doing certainly with their hub is an example of allowing buyers and sellers to protect the areas in which they think are most important, not relinquish control on either side, but allow them to connect in a way that allows both sides to understand what the other is trying to do. And I think that is probably the biggest transformation that will take place, and doing that and again in an automated fashion. Because if it's not automated, I think then we will continue to see these iterative movement and not full scale.
Richard, a priority?
Yeah, I mean, I think this word automation is going to come up time and time again, and I 100% agree. Probably just from a slightly different lens, is to really ensure that at a macro level, all the stuff we talked about, data, audiences, measurement, but actually the frictionless workflows between buy and sell, just to make that completely automated in all shapes and forms, because as we move into addressable world, you've got to have that frictionless loop as a virtuous positive circle. So that's critical for me.
Bradley, Pearl is back, which means we're out of time. One quick priority from you, a single sentence.
Yeah, the same frictionless service. So the simple communication back and forth between advertisers and publishers just needs to improve.
Gents, thank you so much for your time. The paper is available on the CTS website, everybody. Pearl, over to you.
Thank you so much, John. That was great. Wow, it's amazing to see how far the industry has come. And I'm excited to see this addressableness and stop seeing commercials that don't reflect what I want to see. I'm tired of seeing everything about insurance and pharma. I'm like, it'll be great to finally see something that I mean, I love commercials and the creativity of it. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to seeing that you guys are still emphasizing consumer privacy, and that's really important. I know the Netflix documentary Social Dilemma freaked out a lot of people, so that's great that that is top of mind for you. And I love what you said, Richard, on all ships must rise, and you're collaborating across the industry. That's something that is really critical. So thank you so much to you all. Hopefully,
yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, this was very informative, and we hope to bring you all back soon.
Thank you.
Been a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, John.
A huge thank you to Mark, Richard, Bradley, and John for such a great webinar today. We definitely took a lot away. I took plenty of notes, lots to learn from this session. We are now thrilled to kick off our Brand Innovators Livecast. My name is Pearl Tam. I am the Senior Director of Content Community here at Brand Innovators. Welcome to today's summit on consumer engagement. We are joined by marketing leaders from Kellogg Company and Ferrero and many more. So please be sure to ask questions and use the chat to engage with both our speakers and attendees. Without further ado, I'm thrilled to welcome our first speakers for the day. We have John Ostman, the Senior Director of E-commerce and Digital Strategy at Jack Link's Protein Snacks. And this session will be moderated by Mark Fleich, VP and Head of Partnerships at Ground Truth. Welcome to the stage, John and Mark.
Thanks,
Thank you for having us.
And Mark, I don't know about you, but it almost felt like yielding our time back. That was an outstanding presentation that I think as we cross over now into CPG and consumer engagement, it's just it's a flow. I hope we can continue the excitement.
Yes, absolutely. And there's definitely a lot of change happening in the connected TV space. And thanks to the previous panel for sharing all that. So we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about the world of consumer engagement, and specifically in the CPG marketing world. John, do you want to just start by introducing yourself and talking a little bit about your role at Jack Link's?
Yeah, and Pearl gave a little bit of an introduction, but again, my name is John Ostman. I'm the Senior Director of E-commerce and Digital Strategy for Jack Link's and the Link Snacks family of brands. I've been with the company here for about a year and a half, and it's an exciting place to be. I could tell you that people know the flagship of Jack Link's typically in Sasquatch, and people typically go to the Messing with Sasquatch commercials. He might be hiding out behind me somewhere here, but we're really on the path. We're a global company. We operate in 11 different countries, 4,400 team members, and it's really the story of snacking, protein snacking, and how the product has made its way into really a lifestyle and different usage occasions from that perspective. Prior to being with Jack Link's, though, I led in a really similar role for the Hallmark Cards organization. And I've been in digital and e-commerce for a lot of years, 18 years at this point. A lot of experience across the industry, but now really moving more towards omni-channel. I also lead the Minnesota Interactive Marketing Association here in the Midwest, that a group focused on bringing consumers, agencies, brands together as well. My role here is a little bit unique in that I sit outside of brand teams and really we're an enablement, e-commerce and direct consumer, pure play. The sales side is with my team, the digital marketing side, the consumer engagement side, retailer media is with my team, social media and PR, influencer, is within the purview. So it's really a fun place, both from the company side and from the team aspect, from who I get to work with on a daily basis here. And we're going to dive into a lot of those topics today.
Well, thank you. Yes, there's a lot under your purview for sure. And we're happy to have your perspective as you're looking at a lot of different things, from, social influencer all the way to, e-commerce platforms, direct to consumer. So a little bit about myself, just for those watching. I'm the SVP of and head of partnerships at Ground Truth, which is a location-based advertising solution. We serve location-based ads across all screens, mobile, desktop, and CTV as well. So I was actually getting a lot out of the previous conversation as we recently launched a CTV solution. But let's dive in a little bit to consumer engagement. And my first question is that consumer engagement can mean different things to different companies, and I think it can look different in terms of how you define success if you're selling protein snacks versus if you're trying to sell luxury auto or something like that. So how do you guys think about what successful engagement looks like for your brands?
Yeah, and I think as we dive into that, and we'll talk about our definition, but I clearly have a little bit of a digital tendency towards where I operate in my understanding of the consumer. But I think of over the last year for sure of just who we've all seen from consumer behavior and where the consumer has moved to. And that experience is there's probably not as much of a difference anymore of how the consumer starts with us, right? And we know that for probably the past 5 years, people really start to engage with brands in digital spaces and in digital places, right? So I'm looking for a new automobile, or I'm considering new automobiles, Mercedes, BMW, right, as luxury brands. You're probably influenced by your peers, your friends, your family. And so you start that pre-shop or that awareness in a different place. And it's the same, I think, for, we're talking about protein snacks, meat snacks, or chips and nuts and seeds. I mean, right, the consumer experience really has shifted even from before they get to our brands. So then you really start to think about measurement and success from that consumer and customer experience, meaning something a little bit different of what is a consumer's experience and touch points with us, and what are they learning about us before they know who we are, to when they know who we are, when they purchase and how they purchase after. So success really is defined very broadly, especially if you think about CPG and household penetration, very classic traditional metrics. But you start to layer on then some more of the digital of loyalty and how many times they purchase with us. So those are the things that I think our team is really starting to think about with the consumer experience of not only do we understand that consumer where they are, what that experience is, but where are they now really being influenced? Are they enjoying the process of interacting with our brands? So, and again, I think the output tends to get very different then as you think about what product or service you're selling. But I think the path really does start to mirror, especially as marketers, of how we engage with and how we measure.
Yeah, for sure. Regardless of what you're selling, the journey seems to start first in digital, and why it's really important to have a strong presence across all the different ways in which consumers could engage with your brand in a digital world. And you sort of opened with this, but Jack Links and some of your products have such a strong identity, and you seem to obviously know your core audiences really well. But I'm curious if there's been any, sort of things that have surprised you in terms of the types of consumers that have been engaging with your brands and how that may have changed, especially in the last year with the pandemic.
Yeah, and it's a really fun question to answer, right? Because I think, especially as we dive into the house of brands more of where we are and the stories that we kind of get into with each one of those, if you know who Jack Links is, and again, if you know Sasquatch, and I see some questions and comments already coming around the commercials that people really do have that identity that they sort of know us, and you would think of Jack Links really as that road trip snack, right? Or we hear really commonly that the first experience with the product is I was going fishing with my grandpa and he had that in the boat, right? Or you hear a lot of those stories, and even as we join the company as marketers in the company, that's that common story. But where we started that evolution moving towards was really about hey, the desire from the company is making us more of an everyday snack, making us putting us into the set of a better for you type snack as well. It's a protein snack at the end of the day. It's in a lot of cases 100% beef, right? So we get outside of that salty and other place. So we had wanted to move to that space, and then I think what we saw, especially with pandemic and COVID, when people started to pantry load, is it created a lot of real new behaviors. And with that influx of new consumer, we really started to dive in, okay, of thinking about, wow, how are people using this product now, right? They might have put it in their pantry just because they were going to the store to load up, pantry load. They might be going, buying online and having a different experience with us. But now those behaviors are created, and we were really seeing that come to life in that this does fit into my life in a different way. And I think if we dive into Larissa's Kitchen as an example of one of our other brands that's really focused on her and mom and fueling the professional woman and her kids and family, that puts another layer on of who is using this product in a different way. And I don't think that you would think of meat snacks as traditionally a family snack too, right? Now we're seeing those stories from the consumer come to life. I'll tell you from my personal experience, and my wife and I've got a preschool and a second grader of, I brought this product into our house because I work for the company, right? I like the product, but all of a sudden when my preschooler goes to school, his snack becomes our smaller little stick, and it would not have been considered before. And all of a sudden it's just becoming a part of our life. And we're really seeing that adoption. So I think, again, aspirationally as brands, we wanted to move that way with the consumer. Pandemic certainly, like it had done with e-commerce, a lot of things just really expedited that. And we're hearing stories from real life usage, and we're able to sort of lean in as a brand and use those insights. And those insights really come not only from the customer experience then, but it really informs product and how we think about innovation too.
Yeah, for sure. And in terms of product and innovation, one thing, on the topic of the pandemic and some of the changes in shopping behavior that we've seen from consumers, a lot of your brands, have traditionally been maybe more of an impulse brand, positioned near checkout, things like that. But as you start to expand into different maybe use cases and occasions and different types of consumers, how's that changed the way that you position your products maybe in a physical environment as well as maybe in a digital shelf type of environment?
Yeah, I think we kind of keep touching on it, but the movement of that consumer, I think we in CPG and certainly in other segments too, we always want to be consumer led. And from that aspect, it was really easy to think about omni-channel, right? So what does it now look like if I'm going to do my grocery shopping with Walmart and I open up on my app to start my list, right? That really informs us that consumer behavior of then how we need to interact with that consumer and provide a different experience. And I think what we found is absolutely that consumer shifted heavy online. Of course, I think we all expect that behavior is going to continue. The research is telling us that's going to continue. But as we move further into that and then trying to create these experiences and think about the digital shelf of now, not only do we mimic what we do in store online, but what are the additional value adds, product extensions that we can get into online and present to the consumer. There's still a lot of learning that's happening. And we continue to tie this back to the consumer experience of our expectation is we present this product like at Walmart on the app or through grocery online pickup or for Target, wherever that is. But we're still seeing the consumer really drive and say, I might start that online, I might buy online, I might pick up at the store, but I'm still going to run in to the front end, right? And so now we're being informed in really different ways from that consumer and how they're interacting of what now does that mean if they start their trip, they might buy us on their list, they might pick us up, and I forgot peaches, right? We're going to make pie today, so I'm going to run in and grab it. And so how does that inform what we put in the front of the store versus center of the store? Or as we think about in the cooler and convenience and grab and go, how do we bring that product to life now knowing we can do 2-hour delivery from some stores? So it's a really unique, I think, perspective that we use with technology, analytics, and tools to understand that consumer a little bit more deeply.
Right. And, we talk about the journey starting online and perhaps even a conversion happening online, but still in store is, people are still going into stores, and that's ultimately where they're going to experience your brand physically in many ways. So how are you thinking about from an investment standpoint in terms of your investment to engage consumers from an online first or an online pickup and delivery first type of investment versus, sort of driving people to stores or more large, brand awareness type activities?
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of commiserating among the CPGs and others that we're all probably saying the same things, and probably what I'm going to say is going to resonate broadly. But I think we know the role of shopper marketing is changing, right? Is with the old, we'll say quote unquote, 'cause it's not the old way. We're still in this path, but we thought about reaching that consumer in aisle, IRCs, and we would do offers and coupons and things that had always been invested upon. The movement to clean stores now has certainly changed the way we think about offers and investing. The movement from into the digital side has really changed the way we think about it. And I think where brands are really struggling, and from our perspective, where we struggle a little bit too, is that it's becoming table stakes that you have to have this online presence. And if you're not there, your share won't grow as fast. The questions around incrementality need to be answered. The question of channel shift needs to be answered. And it's sort of like, in my team, we use this analogy a lot of, well, the trains are running, and we might need to remodel the train station and change the way of what the train station operates, how that operates. And so for us as a company, we are absolutely pushing the funding initiatives within digital, and to try to think about digital first because of the shift. But I think the reality is, even as we think through the consumer, we're still not sure. We're still building the stories of what's the best way to interact with that consumer. Is it when you start a shopping list so that you're on the shopping list? Is it a restock function? If now we think about omni-channel of somebody shops online, picks up in the store, what does that connected experience look like? So we are not only funding media and leaning in media, we're funding the research and analytics, but it's a lot of test and learn, right? So again, this is becoming table stakes for companies, and it's for a lot of us that was probably on a roadmap for the 3-year look. And when we all had the events, if we want to start referring to it that way, happen, everyone just went, boy, we need to replan, rethink, and sort of learn now with the best data that we have in the stream.
I'm curious, because you oversee sort of all digital essentially, and inclusive of retailer media as well as sort of other media, social or whatever it might be. How are you thinking about how you leverage retailer media versus maybe other types of solutions to reach that consumer online?
Yeah, and again, this is.
And by the way, I did not prep you with that question. I just thought.
No,
we'll sorry to put you at the spot.
No, we'll take them all.
Yeah.
Again, it's an interesting perspective the way that we think about it, right? We still think in traditional brand equity, right, where we have to be out with the commercial, talking about the food and reaching people broadly. So linear TV, OTT, obviously the conversation before us here, for those who were dialed in on video, was really interesting, because that's part of that shift too. And I think one of the last questions on that media was, hey, who do you partner with? Is it with a retailer with the media? Is it through an Amazon who owns an OTT and Fire? And so we are broadly talking about that as a topic, but where we're now starting to layer on is intent-based of, apart from brand equity, how do we get closer to the consumer? And I think that's really where the conversation then happens of saying retailer media is really important because of the data. And the analogy here with Instacart, in the conversation with people with Instacart, is what's the real value of Instacart? Is it with their delivery service itself and the ability to send shoppers in and pick product off the shelf, and just the capability? I suspect that as Amazon has built capabilities that they merchandise, Instacart's doing that, and now post-pandemic, that's a real strength. But the shopper data absolutely is the one of the cores of that, right? So when you get down to 1P data, whether it's Walmart, Amazon, or whomever, we can meet that consumer in a very specific way. And not only can we use that data to reach them and understand them, but to think about what's compelling within that. So should we be using retailer media and or retailer 1P data to go out in social, because we understand the consumer a little bit differently in that space? So I think it's an evolving process for us as a company still, and I suspect for a lot of other brands, of it's the struggle and the duality of we still need to put brand messages in place and fund those things, but now we have this additional lever and layer that puts gets us closer to the consumer in a purchase intent.
So something you just touched on, which is a hot topic for us because at Ground Truth, we lean more heavily into the shopper marketing space, just given that we know where people shop. And so it's more of a hand in glove fit. But what you touched on was, knowing there's a lot of data that the retailers can provide you to help you understand the shopper, right? But that oftentimes isn't necessarily who the consumer is. How do you think about shopper versus consumer, and how do you sort of adapt your strategies, from a brand equity standpoint, which is likely focused more on the consumer versus the shopper strategy?
Yeah, I think they're really merging is the answer to that. I don't know if I have a really good answer to take you deep into that one. Again, the way I think we're thinking about shopper, it's really the triangle, right? You've got the shopper, you've got the customer who's the retailer, and then you've got the unified brand experience on top of that. And so we're sort of in that process of rethinking now, given the shift we've come through, turning shopper really into that customer marketing side, the full investment, turning that omni, because we know that consumer then has a very different relationship right now. And I know you didn't ask the question this way, but the struggle within that is, as we think from the marketing perspective of trying to meet the consumer and who they are, the real danger right now that we're navigating through is archetypes and personas. And South by Southwest, Michelle McAllister, who's with PepsiCo, one of the lines that really stuck out with me is she said, you can't be led by one consumer and tell a full truth about a group of people within that, right? And so now, if you start to layer on what you just asked around shopper, consumer, retailer, is we've got a much deeper now tool set and understanding of that consumer. But have we gotten so narrowly focused because of a shopper marketing program that we're really missing out on a chunk or a particular population or consumer set there?
Yeah, and that's something you touched on earlier, which has been maybe something that's a little surprising to you, is perhaps you wouldn't have realized it otherwise if you weren't paying attention, is that, there's likely a whole new customer segment that's just looking for a healthy protein snack that might not have been your traditional core that you had focused on, right?
Yeah.
And can you talk to us a little bit about how, when you see maybe a shift in adoption with a different type of consumer or shopper, and then bringing that to that insight to the retailer, how have they responded in terms of, how they're positioning your products on shelf to meet that maybe a new type of consumer?
Yeah, so I think just as a general rule, as a company, we everyone would say this, I'm sure, but we want to have those really close relationships with our customers. And you think about JBP and we can throw all the buzzwords out, right? But this category has grown so quickly over the past few years and really the past year that our retail partners are really coming to us and asking, and not only at the shelf, right? I mean, I think this set, when you think about convenience, is a very small set that somebody might stand in front of, where now in grocery and other places, and even convenience, you're thinking about 4, 6, 8 foot sets, and the consumer goes and gravitates towards that product. And our retail partners are coming to us and saying, help us tell a story. I think we're blessed to be in the position with Link Snacks here that we own a majority of the share. We feel like we created the category, and from that perspective, then we understand the consumer the best. We can bring the data the best, and that means not only talking about us as a company, but recognizing what the usage occasions for other brands are. So for your retail perspective, telling the true category story, you do need to have regional brands. You do need to have private label. You do need to have these. The layer on top that we really hear the retailers coming to us, though, is it feels like, hey, you're more sophisticated or driving the space online as well. So how do we then think about meeting the consumer need in our digital spaces? What does that assortment really look like? how do we tell the story online to offline? How do we bring those unified experiences? Someone who's like a Kroger, who's very sophisticated in an e-commerce sense, they understand the mechanics and the operational. They need the information of what creates impulse, what items, what assortments, what's the usage occasion, what's the price point. And I think that's really where we've seen a lot of success, bringing the full category story back to our retail partners there.
Touching on impulse for a second, because you know, for the CPG people in the audience, some of them may represent a brand that's more of an impulse type brand, and some may represent a sort of an everyday, you know, milk or bread or something like that. So how do you think differently about some of your brands that might be more impulse versus some of your brands that may be more of an everyday snack solution, like the snacks for your kids and things like that?
Yeah, I think again the product really serves in a lot of those, and so it's what's our assortment look like to fit that need. And I don't think it's changed dramatically if you think about grocery and convenience channels, right? So I'm going to go fill up my car, and what is it that I might be looking for? The way we think about it a little bit more is protein and meat snacking really becomes accepted. Where are the spaces we get to fill in the blanks on? So Jack Link's, we have a cold crafted product, right? It's a beef stick and cheese together, or it's a sandwich. I'm sure you've seen where it's a piece of salami, cheese and salami sandwich. And so we're sort of thinking of impulse that way and just usage occasion. I would say again, if I were to summarize what we've been asked the most over the last year is, as the consumer then continues to transition to digital spaces, what does the digital impulse look like? And how do we present our items to the consumer in a way that feels like I'm already doing my shopping trip in the stream? What are the price points that really will inspire somebody to either try this product the first time, or, okay, yep, I just thought about, we're heading to the beach, right? And so I need that product. And so where are the mechanics across a website that we can put that messaging in front of people? What do we know about our consumer and what they expect to put impulse items? From the brand side, again, Jack Link's, people typically know who Jack Link's is in this space. Larissa's Kitchen, that really is cleaner label, no nitrates, an organic product. It's a little bit more of a thoughtful purchase then, right? So is it as much of an impulse? It might not be, but we believe the form and format, a beef stick or something, still fits into that construct. Golden Island, which is more of a specialty Asian flavor inspired, that you might find in Costco. Again, the impulse side of that really is pricing, and it's available in that channel. If you're a Costco shopper, I certainly am. We know what that feels like to walk through, and you walked in for one or two things, and you never leave without that full cart. I think the way we think about impulse in that place is we need to have the product there and available, and have it be a high quality product.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm getting some good questions in from the audience, and going to shift gears a little bit, and just hit you up with some questions here. So one question from the audience: what has been your most successful marketing program?
Can we pick just one of them?
Well, that's good news. Is that you're thinking of a lot of that?
Well, we're back to what do you define success as, right?
Right.
And I'll tell you, from successes around the test and learn right now, and back into our digital and offline spaces, and without diving too deep into details, of course, is to say the digital place where we thought maybe of only shopper marketing in the past, in impulse or even pulsed in programs, always on, is of course is the buzzword right now. And so over the last year, one of the most successful programs has been maybe not in terms of the volume of dollars, but proving out the case. And so we'll take one of the larger retails where click and collect, we wanted to move the needle on. And so what we had done was run a series of banner and display, along with always on sponsored product, with the goal to move that product and click and collect in online direct ship to home. What we found in that program, and it's not a happy accident, and we'll talk a little bit more in just a moment about some of our industry research, but what we found out, not only did we meet a consumer need and demand where we had an unexpected halo of the brand, we advertised a very specific product. Consumers did buy the specific product, but they really haloed out into the brand at large. The additional measurement in place was we actually saw much more of the product sales happen in store than it happened at click and collect or online. So I don't know, I call it I said a happy accident. It probably was a happy accident, but it's why we do these test and learn programs. I'll reference a path to purchase study report that came out. They put out a really interesting report that I would say that we had a very similar experience that they sought to say, hey, for your digital spend, what do you get back in store? And a few of their case studies, and you can go find this report, I'd encourage you actually to read it. What they found and they proved for one of the case studies was for every dollar you spend in retail or media, they got $7 back at the shelf. And for a long time, we've struggled with this closed loop attribution to say what's the value of your digital and online media. And I'll tell you, we saw a very similar story. And from that point, success to tell, as we think about funding and meeting that consumer in that space, was we had a lot of success in the baseline program of online advertising, inspiring purchase online. But the proof points of that media inspiring exponential growth in store was a big win for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that a lot of the clients we worked with, and we talked about this yesterday, are seeing some of those same things. You know, there was a lot of, I'd say, kind of a rush when the pandemic happened to shift a lot of their dollars to funding click and collect efforts and wanting to get in people's digital baskets. But we've seen a lot of the same things that even, you know, though that may be the main KPI of your program is to try to drive online conversions. We've seen a lot of success in those programs also driving in-store conversions. And I think it's about consumer choice at the end of the day. It's you want to give them the opportunity to click and collect and make it easy for them if they're ready to buy. But just because they might not be ready to buy in that moment doesn't mean that your brand might not be top of mind on that next trip that they take. So it's a really interesting insight for sure. And probably, you know, I guess encourages you to continue spending in the online world, even though you might be seeing the volume from in-store still in this day and age.
It does. And just as marketers too, the encouragement for me is as you start to test and learn in this area, again, it all comes back to the consumer, is when you run programs like that, do you choose a partner where you have the most access into the data to learn something about your consumer and consumer groups, right? So if I have the call back to what I said about you can't be led by one person and expect to find a whole truth, it's how do we use this data then to understand that consumer much more broadly? Is it somebody who's shopping online? Were they inspired by something they saw on site, or was it social that pushed them into that stream? So we learn a lot about our consumer when we make those investments.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for sharing that. Do you, next question from the audience is, do you see your consumer base growing and expanding over time? I know we touched on that a little bit, but what sort of spaces are you excited to get into, or where do you see the Jack Link's brand going?
Yeah, just at the highest level, we are much more than a road trip snack, right? So I think the spaces that we grow into are powering your family, breaking through, hopefully with the message that, and I think people have this expectation that beef jerky or beef sticks are really unhealthy. And when you really get into it, and we have this debate all the time on plant-based snacking and food.
Actually, the next question is about meatless products. So,
so we'll talk about that in a moment then. But when you really get down to who we are, the spaces that we push into are, hey, this is really quality product, right? It is 100% beef. It is, even though it's a shelf-stable product, you open that bag and you really should refrigerate it after a couple days because it's whole food. It's protein. It's about one of the purest forms of protein that you get into. And so we think about where that puts us into from a consumer perspective, and it's not just snacking. We do know that people use this product for meal replacement. That is a midday snack. It serves a different purpose in your life, and so we fit with nuts and seeds, where we may not quite be center of plate yet as you think about that, but post-workout snack, right? This opens up a lot of different space where we fit a consumer need. And not only, we create consumer spaces as marketers sometimes, but there's this natural flow into places in our lives that a product fits. And when you come together in those places, it really feels good as marketers too, to be able to support that message. So those are some of the spaces that I think we feel like we're growing into.
So there's one question. Actually, let's touch on the meatless question, which is, do you feel pressure to expand your products to include more meatless options?
The answer is yes and no. Right now, what consumers have told us is that they do not think about meatless as a snacking option. Now, I think we're starting to see that shift a little bit, but people very much think about Incredible and some of the other brand names in meatless meat, right? I'm not in that industry, but they think consumers really think about it as center plate. So I'm gonna make a burger. I'm gonna make a something. I'm gonna get a veggie patty that's like a chicken patty, right? And so, do we feel pressure? No, not necessarily. But are we exploring it? Yes, right? It's a place that probably really does fit in. The consumers are moving that way. Larissa's Kitchen, we have what we call a homemade medley bar, and it's an egg white, it's fruits, it's nuts, it's seeds. There is a meat component there. So those spaces that we find that the consumers want us to be in. And yes, we very likely will continue to move into that space. But again, if we're going to be consumer led, the statistics say that 70% of consumers who consume meatless product or meatless proteins also have meat in their homes. So we're in that space where's the acceptance from the consumer and what do they really want from us, from a brand?
Yeah, so definitely a growing space as well. But so kind of shifting back to occasions, and we talked about new occasions that you're excited about where you're meeting a consumer need, but I'm going to ask you about a very traditional occasion that most people probably think of, which is sort of the road trip snack. Mm-hmm. And the question is, have you made any adjustments to your marketing strategy related to more people road tripping and traveling domestically, or are you seeing an increase in that sort of occasion during this pandemic?
Yeah, and I think even as I talk to my peers in this industry, CPG and otherwise, I think we're all expecting that to happen, right? There's a lot of pent up demand, and we talk a lot about boats, RVs, recreational vehicles have been at all-time highs for sales, and if you're in a segment that serves or halos outside of that, yes, we expect that to happen. I think we continue to have a lot of our marketing in place even through the pandemic because again, there was high demand for it. We wanted to make sure that people understood how we fit into their lives. But yes, I think you'll continue to see us, like many other brands, come out in support of or remind people to be top of mind as you go back and get into road trips, go back out to the parks, go fishing and hiking, or if you're at the airport and you need a fast snack, that yes, we want to continue to put our messaging in front of people.
Yeah, I can offer a little bit of perspective because at Ground Truth, you can find this on our website, but we have a foot traffic tracker where we report, it's publicly available, foot traffic in a lot of different categories like retailers, restaurants, but even places like parks and beaches and things like that. And we just released something this week that we saw the highest foot traffic to sort of your more tourism-based beaches, amusement parks this past Saturday that we've seen since the pandemic began. So we're definitely seeing the data supporting that people are, I think, itching to go out and start to travel. And the good news is for some of your brands, we're also seeing the highest levels of retail traffic, foot traffic, over the last month that we've seen since prior to the pandemic. So it's going to be an interesting trend to follow for sure as vaccinations roll out and things like that. It's something we're paying close attention to. But on that note, I have another question I just sort of thought of on this note, which is, obviously a huge shift to click and collect and online and over the last 12 months. But as sort of the world starts to open up, people feel more comfortable physically going places. what do you think, do you think you'll continue sort of the same investments that you've made online versus in store? Do you think that will maybe the pendulum will shift back a little bit once, we sort of get out of the woods, I guess, if you will?
Yeah, I expect that our investment will continue in that space. Again, can you take with a grain of salt the research that says in the US from grocery and online grocery, those who started buying online will continue, and that number was somewhere in the 80%. So even if you scale that back and say it's 50, 60% or 40%, the truth is that the consumer has adopted new habits, and the habits are going to stick at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And even if we move towards hybrid, where, I just feel like for some period of time, I just want to get back in the store. I'm so tired of having 40 deliveries a week to my house. The pre-shop behavior, back to the consumer and who the consumer is and how they're shopping, still tell us that people are spending more time on a device before they order. They're ordering on a device more. That will not stop. Some of the larger retailers publish their numbers around those who have apps of the number of people that are on their app on their phone while they shop through the store, price comparisons, doing other. That just is an information point that tells us we need to continue to invest in that area. Now, I think what we suspect is we all probably overinvest in this area as we get in, we learn that consumer, we understand that behavior a little bit better. But yes, we will continue to make it a point of and a focus for investing for us.
Right. And kind of going back to the very first question, which is the journey still starts in a digital environment, right? And that's not going to change regardless of where they convert. So obviously you have to meet them where they are.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. And again, something we're paying attention to in terms of sort of the in-store versus the online conversion. But regardless of where the conversion happens, we still have to engage with them in that environment.
Yeah. Definitely.
All right, there's one more question from the audience, and last call. If anyone else has any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. But how do you measure success for programs geared at reaching the consumer in these challenging times?
Yes, it really goes program by program as we think about that, because we still run a lot of different programs, right? So if you want to think about traditional shopper, yes, there's still in-store coupons, right? And we still are measuring those the same way that we have before. I think at the end of the day, we still have the metrics around the retailer and what we want to do with the retailer and what the KPIs are for that retailer program. We're learning more about digital and omni of what we consider success. So I think for like a lot of marketers, what you would hear us say is each program is going to have its own success metric based on what the intent is. And I'm trying to think of a really good case it's such a broad question, right? Of
right.
How we reach across the consumer, but ultimately we've got the brand mandates, right? Everybody wants to increase household penetration, win new snacking occasions, and increase the numbers of buy per year. And so each one of those, as we think about from the brand mandates, has a very specific measurement that we want to have in place with the consumer. So I guess the better answer is, yes, we are thinking about measuring success. We do have specific KPIs, but it is really case specific as we think about that.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting that some of the more traditional ways that you've measured success for many years in terms of household penetration and buy rate are still kind of at the end of the day, what matters and how you gauge the success of a brand, right?
Forever.
Regardless of how you're changing the ways in which you engage the consumer.
No doubt.
Pearl, hi, welcome back.
Great job, you guys.
I'm taking this as we must be at time.
It's a slow goodbye for now.
Music playing us off.
Yeah, that was amazing. Thanks so much for joining us. Huge fan of Jack Link's and your product. I wish you guys were bigger back when I was in elementary school, because I ate too many Slim Jims and I don't know what happens to my insides, but Would have definitely loved if like Costco had 100-pack of some Jack Links instead.
Definitely. We're here for you.
Yeah.
I'm curious,
Well,
what is remind me of the brand name of the product that your kid takes to school?
Larissa's Kitchen.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a Larissa's
Oh,
Kitchen
yes.
product. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to make a note of that. I also have elementary school kids, so we'll check that out.
much healthier.
Fan favorite.
No pink slime. Well, thanks so much for joining us, John and Mark. We hope to have you both back again soon. So next up, we have one of our favorite sessions that we wanted to share from our South by Southwest program. We'll be hearing from Roxy Young. She's the Chief Marketing Officer of Reddit. And that session will be moderated by Carol Cooper, CMO of Live Intent.
Emily and Roxy, good to see you again, and super excited about our discussion today about bridging the gap between consumer and business marketing. And why don't we do some quick intros before we dive into the discussion. For those of you out there who don't know me, my name is Carell Cooper. I'm the CMO at Live Intent. And if you're unfamiliar with Live Intent, we offer a people-based marketing platform powered by the email address, where we provide solutions to help brands and publishers acquire, retain, and monetize their audience within email newsletters and beyond. As the CMO, I am responsible for all things marketing and how they connect to the company's overall mission and values and beliefs. And I've been there for 6.5 years. Roxy, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here and really looking forward to this conversation with Carell. And I think that it was just so fortuitous that we met, because I was in a meeting last week talking about this really fantastic product for personalizing email, and the name was escaping me. And then a few days later, we met and found out we were going to be paired up for this session. And so it couldn't have been better timing. But my name is Roxy Young. I'm the CMO at Reddit. And for those of you guys who are not familiar with Reddit, Reddit is a platform for interest-based communities where people can dive into topics that matter to them. And these can be topics spanning from pets to plants to politics to parenting, anything that people are interested in, there's a community for on Reddit. The mission of Reddit is to bring community and belonging to everyone in the world. And I've been at Reddit for almost 4 years. In April, I will hit my 4-year anniversary. And in my role at Reddit, I oversee consumer marketing, business marketing, marketing sciences, communications, as well as our in-house creative team. And Carell and I thought it would be a good opportunity to talk a little bit about consumer marketing and business marketing and how we bridge that gap. And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations on your anniversary coming up next month, right? Yeah. So let's definitely dig in. I feel like you sit, Roxy, in a unique position, having the responsibility of consumer and business marketing. And so if you could just take a minute and just explain to the audience, what does marketing mean at a company like Reddit?
Yes, this is a great question. And I get asked this question all the time. And as a matter of fact, a few weeks ago, I was, sitting outside and someone asked me what I did. And I said, I work at Reddit. And they said, well, what do you do there? And I said, I work in marketing. And they said, why does Reddit have marketing? It just markets itself. Like, do you even really do anything? And so it's a fantastic question that I would love to dig into. So when I joined Reddit 4 years ago, I was the only marketing person. So I walked in and I was a team of 1. And honestly, people ask me that same question, what should marketing look like and what should it be at Reddit? And I had to start thinking about how can this function add value to a 15-year-old brand that has largely grown organically. And so the first thing I did is, I started looking at all the different areas that need marketing, that need to be positioned in the eyes of a consumer with a tangible benefit. And so the first thing I did was started building out the business marketing team. And the business marketing team, they are focused on growing the number of active advertisers that use Reddit to reach these passionate communities by enabling our sales team and reaching marketers through scaled, cost-effective channels. And then on the other side, I said, well, we've got this consumer product that millions and millions of people are using. And the role of the consumer marketing team is to help increase the number of people that are finding value by using Reddit and reaching them in scaled, cost-effective ways. And so I started building out the business marketing team and the consumer marketing team. And each of those teams has unique North Star metrics. So for the business marketing team, their North Star metric is increasing the percentage of advertisers who are considering advertising on Reddit. So if we go out and we talk to a brand and they're looking for ways to connect and reach their audience, we want a higher and higher proportion of them to say, yeah, I'm going to turn to Reddit. And we need to market our advertising platform so that we can get into that consideration set. You know, it's no secret that the market is largely dominated by these big platforms, Google and Facebook and Instagram, and Reddit is a fantastic place for brands to reach really passionate audiences. And we have to market that product and let those advertisers know what value they're going to get from engaging with our ads platform. And on the consumer marketing side, it's a little different. You know, on the consumer marketing side, the North Star metric is increasing the percentage of people who say that Reddit is a relevant product for me. You know, it's not just enough to say, I recognize your brand. In order for people to be using the product on a daily basis, and Reddit is the kind of product that you can find value every single day, the role of consumer marketing is to figure out ways in which we can increase the percentage of people who say, you know what, there's a community for me on Reddit. This is a relevant product for me. It starts to become a daily habit and something that they're finding value in every single day. And in my role, I spend a lot of time thinking about these two audiences and how we can bridge that gap between what we're saying to consumers and how that translates into value for advertisers.
Right. So and Roxy, on that point, obviously from a digital perspective, right, media is always evolving, right? The digital landscape is always changing, and those changes have an impact on both of your audiences, right? The consumer as well as the advertisers, right? So in thinking about 2021 and looking ahead, looking down the line 9, 12, 15 months from now, what's top of mind for you as a CMO?
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of things that are top of mind for CMOs, and I'd love to touch on one that you can't open any of the trade outlets without seeing a headline related to some of the upcoming changes that are happening with third-party cookies and the ability to capture an IDFA unique mobile identifier. And so I think one of the things that is really perplexing the industry right now is how do we continue to make advertising personalized, effective, cost efficient in a world in which there's this new lens on privacy and what that means in terms of our ability to have individualized view of a consumer across the internet as they make their journeys across the internet. And I think it's rooted in the right place. I think everybody has become much more aware of the importance of consumer privacy and consumers really owning their digital identity. But it is definitely shaking up the industry in terms of many of the things that we've taken for granted in terms of how we can track and measure the effectiveness of our advertising.
Yeah, it certainly is top of mind for me, and the one thing that I probably think about the most too at Live Intent. But let's go a level deeper, right? How are you thinking about solving for some of these challenges that face your consumers and face your advertisers as well?
Yeah, I think at the macro level, as I think about this for Reddit, this really aligns with Reddit and our values. And so when these changes started to be announced, I think we were actually pleasantly surprised. For those of you guys who maybe aren't familiar with Reddit and how people engage on Reddit, we're one of the few platforms that doesn't require you to share a lot of personal information. I don't need to share on Reddit that my name is Roxy Young and that I'm in my 40s and that I live in California and that my job is in marketing. And on Reddit, you can come onto the platform and you don't have to share that kind of information. You can use an anonymous name, and the way that you engage in the communities is based on your interests. And so we have always believed that privacy is a right and that users should be the masters of their own identity. And so these changes are very aligned with our long-standing thoughts and beliefs around consumer privacy and respecting it. On the consumer side of the business, I shared a few minutes ago that the role of our consumer marketing team at Reddit is to increase the percentage of people who believe that we have a relevant product for them and find value, daily value in using Reddit. And the good news is that a lot of our marketing dollars to do that, to move that metric, are really top of funnel, more brand marketing dollars to shape and shift those brand perceptions. And so we're not dependent on lower funnel marketing, but it is definitely part of our mix. And we do need to be cognizant of what these upcoming changes mean to our tech stack that we've built and our ability to accurately attribute somebody who's coming in through a paid marketing channel and then their corresponding long-term value for Reddit, so that we can make sure that this is a cost-effective investment for us. And then on the business side, so when advertisers are asking us, what does this mean? For Reddit, the way that an advertiser reaches their appropriate audience has never been through an identity-based targeting. It has always been through an interest-based approach. And I just shared, I'm Roxy Young. I live in California. I'm in my 40s. But on Reddit, I look very different. On Reddit, you can see that I've been in communities about dogs because I recently got another dog during the pandemic, and then I've been fermenting and baking things like much of the world. I've been in finance-related communities, as have a lot of people on Reddit. And so advertisers right now come to Reddit and target people based on their interests. And so this isn't a big shift for us in terms of our ability to deliver a strong value back to advertisers. And that being said, we do plan to comply with all of the changes that are happening in the industry and request consent when appropriate. But we don't believe it's going to have a significant impact in us being able to deliver a highly relevant audience for advertisers that's based on these interest related communities that people are visiting.
Gotcha. And from a marketing perspective, what about positioning, right? Even though you just explained, sort of how Reddit does some of the targeting, I'm sure that when announcements are made or when advertisers read something in the trades, they will pick up the phone and call and say, how does this impact our working relationship? How does this impact how I access your inventory? So curious to know how does Reddit handle that from a positioning perspective?
Yeah, definitely. What we will share with advertisers is that we will be following all of the appropriate rules in terms of capturing consent. We will be integrating with the new networks that are out there to do attribution. And so much of their day-to-day shouldn't be interrupted. And as a platform where an advertiser can access a valuable audience, we're doing everything that we can to make sure that it is seamless and easy and compliant for them, and don't expect any significant changes in terms of the ability for them to reach the right people, and the value that audience is going to give back to them. And then, on the consumer side, I don't actually know how much consumers are following this story. It's really interesting that, in the advertising world, this is all anyone can talk about, which is, what happens with the deprecation of the third-party cookie. And if you just ask an average consumer, I don't know if they're actually following this story that closely. But as these changes start to take place, and this shifts and moves more towards a consumer-facing story, what I expect is that consumers will be really happy that their privacy is being taken seriously, and that there's more attention being paid to consent and usage. And I think especially on Reddit, which is a platform that's always taken privacy really seriously, I think our users are going to be really happy that the industry is moving in this direction and feel confident and safe in continuing to engage on Reddit.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And so we've talked about some marketing. We've talked about some sort of community building and the consumers that come to Reddit. I want to talk a little bit about the monetization strategy, and obviously, again, knowing your customer, knowing the advertiser, super important. How do you go about helping advertisers solve their problems, or not their problems, more so solve, help them achieve their goals, I guess is the better way to put that.
Definitely. So, I've been sharing that Reddit is so unique in that we have such a strong signal, because people are going into these communities, and by going into these communities, it's almost the equivalent of typing into a Google search box. Everybody says this is, Google has such a powerful signal because you're typing into a box and Google knows exactly what you want. And on Reddit, people are going into a community, and that's a clear indicator that something is relevant and important for them. And so we were, I think that the panel before us was talking about tires. I just happened to, buy new tires for my car. But if you're in an auto community, that's a clear signal that you're probably in the market for a car, or maybe you're just an enthusiast, and that's the right person to reach. We don't capture information about people like some of the other platforms do. And so we have to rely on how people are visiting and engaging with our communities. Some things that we share generally as we're engaging with advertisers is, this is a place to reach passionate communities, and our outward facing tagline to advertisers is that Reddit is where passionate communities drive action. And I think that many of the events over the last several weeks has showcased that. And we characterize our audience as emerging adults. Half of the audience on Reddit is under the age of 34. Unlike some other platforms where they have a heavy penetration of teens, we're one notch up from that. So you are entering this phase where you're curious, like you're curious about something. Maybe you're thinking about how you get into college. Maybe you're thinking about setting up your first savings account or buying your first car, or maybe you just have an interest that within your geographic limited circle, nobody has that interest. Maybe it's robotics or something like that, and you're going to find that community on Reddit. And so that's the value for an advertiser, is these passionate communities, and it's generally this emerging adult who's seeking to better understand some question, some topic that's relevant for them. And some of the things on the consumer side that we're thinking about is, how can we continue to deepen this understanding of where we have opportunities to increase the number of people who are using Reddit. Reddit is a lot of discussion-based threaded conversations. It requires reading. So are there ways in which we can continue to evolve the way in which people can express themselves through images, through video, through live video, through audio? There are segments of the population that maybe don't want to read a lot of text or threaded conversations, but they'll engage in things that are more visual. We recently launched the ability for people to express themselves through an avatar. So you come onto Reddit and you don't have to share your picture, but until recently, we didn't really have a way for you to even just express yourself at all. And so when we rolled out avatars and we gave people the ability to express themselves through this character that they could dress and adorn in certain ways, it was a way that they could express themselves, which is just another dimension of appealing to consumers so that they feel more comfortable engaging on the platform.
Yeah. You're giving people a way to, like you said, continue to engage on the platform, spend more time on the platform, and talk to other folks that are on the platform as well too. And so why wouldn't advertisers want to be in that area as well too, right? So.
Yeah, people on Reddit are spending over 30 minutes a day in these communities, and it's a fantastic place for advertisers to reach these passionate communities and to share their messages about their products or their services. And we've done lots of research that just shows how engaged these audiences are. They're spending 4 times more researching, and because of that, they can make a decision around a purchase 9 times faster. And so it is a great place for an advertiser to be.
Well, speaking of making a decision about a purchase, you did remind me that I got to get my tires changed as well too. So thank you for that. I want to talk about.
You can research it on Reddit. You can research it on Reddit, and they will tell you that those communities will tell you the pros, the cons, and their personal experiences. But it is amazing. Like anytime I am thinking about making a purchase that's more considered, I go to Reddit. I go to Reddit, and there will be real conversations about people making this same deliberation.
I want to talk a little bit about the evolution of marketing, because when you and I were preparing for this session, we talked about both of us having 20 years of experience,
We're dating
professional
ourselves.
experience.
No, no, no. That's not 20 years. I just turned 30.
Oh, well, both of us have a number of years of experience, right? But what's interesting about it is we both took very different paths to the CMO role, right? And so wanted to get your thoughts on how the role of a CMO has changed over time.
Yeah, this is something that I feel like I think about all the time now, because I've been in the industry for so long that things have just, they've come full circle. I mean, it's kind of like fashion where, you know, something that was out of style is now in style. And I remember when I started my career, and this was back in 2000, digital marketing was in the very early stages. You know, we were just building out teams where people were buying keywords on Google, and, you know, creating banners and running them across the internet. And I would say that was the very, very early stages of this quantitative shift in marketing. And I would say the 10 to 15 years that followed that. So, you know, 2000, you know, all the way into you know, the early 2010s was me observing marketers turning into growth hackers. I don't know if that term was as popular nationwide or worldwide as it was on the West Coast, you know, out in Silicon Valley, where I built and have spent most of my career. But I do remember, like, at some point having this identity crisis of, is marketing going by the wayside? Is the growth hacker the new marketer? These very, very technical, skilled people who were phenomenal in terms of digital marketing and the metrics associated with it. But if you were to ask them, like, what's the core message? Who's your core audience? What's the reason to believe in the value proposition of your product? Like, they may not be able to answer those questions. And so I definitely remember a period of time where I was kind of feeling like, you know, am I in the right industry? Am I in the right place? Like, do I need to become more technical? Do I need to become more mathematical? You know, has this category, is this function, you know, completely gone? And then what I would say is from, you know, 2015 forward, so, you know, over the last, you know, 5 to 6 years, I've really started to see the pendulum shift back to this more balanced approach, where the fundamentals still matter: the product, the price, the place, the promotion, the positioning. And I think a lot of that is fueled by brands having the ability to know what customers are thinking about their product 24/7. Like, you know, you can go on to Reddit, you can go onto Twitter, and you can see people engaging with your product, talking about your product. And so I think that has helped contextualize real people using your product for a real reason. And everything isn't all about this aggregated data set of numbers that you're looking at and trying to hack your way, you know, to the next million users. And so that has actually been, you know, comforting to me, just to see the industry start to shift back as digital marketing has just become more mature, and it is, you know, one part of the mix, and glad to see that we have not lost sight of just the fundamentals of what marketing is and how it adds value. It's understanding your customer, understanding how your product is serving your customers' needs, and then using the right messages and the right channels to influence usage, perception, and all of those things.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be a good balance there. And I have one more question I want to ask, and then I'd love to open it up to the attendees. So anyone that has a question for Roxy, please go ahead and start to submit those questions. The next question I have for you, Roxy, is along the lines of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and really. What role does marketing play in amplifying the company's values, beliefs, and cultures, along with the product as well too, and how that sort of all gels together?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm so glad you asked it. And just in light of everything that has been going on and continues to go on with even some of the most recent events of this week, it's something that is very top of mind, for me in particular, and for the person who is at the helm in terms of how we communicate our values as a company. And so I'd love to talk about it across our three key audiences. So the first reason that it's important for me as the leader of marketing is Reddit wants to continue to attract employees. And it's so important for us to be able to share with our current employees, with prospective employees, what we stand for, what we believe, and that needs to align with their beliefs. And so now more than ever, people aren't just going to work to get their paycheck. They want to know that what they believe is aligned with their company, where they're spending their time and their energy. We have platform values that guide our communities, and they include things like remember the human. Remember that at the end of the day, there are humans that are using Reddit to engage in these communities that represent their passions and their interests. Privacy is a right, as we talked about. We're not going to ask you to provide things about yourself that aren't comfortable for you, and keep Reddit real. Like, there's lots of topics that provide a lot of value for people that you maybe can't talk about in all aspects and facets of your life. The second reason this is important is we've talked a lot today about advertisers and attracting advertisers, and that's Reddit's core business model. And now more than ever, advertisers want to know that where they're putting their dollars is a place that is aligned with their values and their beliefs. And our sales team, who's out and engaging in the market, needs to be able to communicate back and share our values with advertisers, so that they can feel confident that this is a place that they should be investing. And I would say now more than ever, we're seeing really interesting questions. Advertisers asking things like, what's the composition of your board of directors, and how is that influencing where you guys are going and the future of Reddit. And it's great to see them ask those questions. And then lastly, attracting consumers. We want Reddit to continue to grow and be valuable for millions and millions of people. And one example of this is in 2020, we had a choice of how we spent our marketing dollars. And what we decided to do was a campaign called Up the Vote, where instead of just talking about Reddit, we put a message out there around voting, and we said, if you can vote on Reddit, because that's what people do on Reddit, they vote things up, they vote things down. So if you can vote on Reddit, you can vote in the real world. And as we thought about how we wanted to spend our marketing dollars, we really wanted them to have an impact, a societal impact, and decided to use it, to hopefully support the greater good with that message. And so it's very important from a marketing perspective for diversity, inclusion, and belonging to be front and center in terms of how we're thinking about things to attract employees, to maintain and grow relationships with advertisers, and to continue to build our product and our brand.
Awesome, awesome. We have a couple of questions here, so I'm going to go right to them because I know we're coming up on time here. So a couple questions. The first one is, what traits do you think are most important to have to be a successful leader?
Just an easy one, you know. That's an easy one. Yeah, you know, I've been asked this question a lot recently, and so maybe, you know, during the pandemic, people are doing a lot of self-reflection and thinking about these kinds of things. And one of the things that I've been sharing is get comfortable being uncomfortable. And you know, that's kind of a convoluted way of saying you have to be able to deal with change and embrace it. And you know, we just talked about how much the industry has changed over the last 20 years, that it's almost become full circle. And you know, if you are in a marketing role or in a marketing leadership role, I think handling change and really embracing change and being comfortable being in these uncomfortable situations is a key characteristic that will serve you well. And instead of getting stressed and anxious, it will be an opportunity for you to learn and grow and kind of ride a new wave.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, one of the things that I've learned to do over the years as a leader, as well as to make sure that I'm truly listening to the people on my team and to people throughout the company, and not listening just to respond, but listening to really hear what the feedback is, and to have a level of empathy. I think that's super important.
Yeah, definitely. I think now more than ever, as everything has moved into this virtual environment, you know, I've started doing, you know, experiments where, you know, we go to sound only, and maybe it's a call, and on a phone call, you're like, you are really listening, like you're just sitting there and you're, you know, really listening. And so I've definitely seen just, you know, a shift in techniques to stay connected, to be an active listener, to be an empathetic person. And yeah, I mean, everyone is in just such a unique situation right now. I'm you know, dialed in from the spare bedroom. So brought that to the forefront.
Yep. I saw Emily pop in. Is that the warning, Emily, that our time is up? You're on mute, Emily.
I got in a minute early there, and I was like, whoa, not ready yet. But I actually had sent in a question that I'm curious to get your thoughts on, Roxy. You know, obviously Reddit prides itself on, you know, users being able to openly communicate and, you know, giving that ability to create these communities.
Yeah.
So how do you ensure that there's, you know, like a positive sentiment among consumer perception of Reddit with these, you know, subreddit cultures sometimes can have, you know, negative connotation. So how do you guys kind of combat that?
Yeah, you know, I think every community is unique, and if you ever are on Reddit, you can see that communities about cats don't allow pictures of dogs, and vice versa, and that every single community on Reddit you know, has a culture unto themselves. And they need to, and it's not, you know, it's not our role at Reddit for every single community to act in all of the same ways. One of our brand values, we have 4: candid, self-aware, brilliantly absurd, and eclectic. And one of those brand values that we've used quite a bit recently, as we've been pushing out consumer marketing, is this brilliantly absurd tone. And what that enables us to do is it enables us to present our brand in a way that is authentic and is real and has a range that represents the breadth of our communities. in just a fun way. And so I think there are so many different communities on Reddit. Each of them have their own unique aspects of them. And we want them to stay unique to who they are. And then as a top level master brand, it's my job to present that eclecticness and that absurdity in a fun way. And I think that we've been relatively successful in trying to strike that right tone.
Yeah, definitely. I know if there's, any unique niche community, you can find a group on Reddit and find your people, which is always nice.
Yes, you definitely can.
Well, thank you both so much. What a great way to close out our session today. Really appreciate your time and so glad to have you for our program.
Likewise.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, thank you everyone who tuned in at home. Today was, another great installment for our Trend Watch Summit. And tomorrow we'll be having our final day that'll be highlighting leaders in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space. So we're going to be hearing from speakers from Capital One, Hallmark, SAP, Pinterest, EOS, Facebook, Ulta, Unilever, and many more. It's going to be a fantastic program. I'm so excited. So we hope you'll all join us again tomorrow. And thank you.
Well, that was a great session. You can all view any of these previous sessions on our YouTube page, the Brandon Is YouTube page. So feel free to go back and rewatch any of these great sessions. So next up, we have Laura Newman. She's a marketing director of frozen breakfast for Kellogg's USA. And her session will be moderated by Eric Weiss, the VP of Retail and CPG of Newstar. Hi, Laura. Hi, Eric.
Hi there. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Of course, I was on mute.
Of course. I'm still getting used to it after 1 year.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna try my if the headset's working. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go with the microphone. But
you sound great.
Okay. Can you hear me? Is this okay as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Actually, I think it's I don't think this is working. So okay, good.
All right, Eric, I'll let you take it away. I'll be back while you are wrapping.
Okay, excellent. Hey, Laura, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. So, well, thanks everyone for joining. So let me start. I'll introduce myself. So I'm Eric Weiss. I run the CPG and retail practice here at Newstar. Newstar, we are a unified identity and unified analytics provider for a lot of the biggest CPG and retailers, as well as other major advertisers. And I'm really happy to have Laura Newman here from Kellogg. So, Laura, I mean, a little bit of your background. I know you've been on different continents, different countries, different divisions of Kellogg for, I think, close to 18 years. But why don't I let you introduce yourself and then we'll dive into it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Eric. So yeah, I've actually, I've been with Kellogg. It will be 19 years this year, which it's crazy. And it's probably often quite surprising to hear that someone's been at a company for that long, right? And I've been really fortunate, though. I've had a really dynamic career and experiences. You can probably tell from the accent, I'm not from the States. So I started in the UK. I actually started out in sales. And so I did 4 years in sales, and then I moved over to the dark side of marketing. And I've been fortunate to manage a number of brands at Kellogg's. And then I moved to Dublin for a couple of years in Ireland, where I managed the Crave brand for Europe. So it's also called Tresor over there. It's pretty huge on the continent. So great experience there, managing and running brand strategy and brand ideas at a European level that's applicable to different markets, and they can adapt locally. And then from there, really fortunate to get the opportunity to move to the States. So I've been in the States for about 5 years now, and I worked on the global business, managing the Kellogg master brand as we were activating behind that for a few years. And then I moved to the US business. So I've been, over the last 3 years, working on the frozen breakfast category and managing Eggo, which is an absolute gift of a brand. And that was almost like a completely different job, because it's a different category moving into frozen, different supply chain, different customer dynamics. And then actually very recently, I think it's like week 3 or 4 now, I'm now full circle back on cereal, and managing a part of the kid family portfolio for cereal. So that's my background.
Well, fantastic. Well, I know you have a lot of perspective, and I know I enjoyed speaking to you last week. So why don't we talk a little bit, since you've been at multiple areas of Kellogg, why don't we talk a little bit about, obviously your most recent experiences with frozen breakfast, but talk a little bit about how does Kellogg approach in marketing from a global level to regional level to sort of to a category level to a brand level. So maybe just give us a sense of the approach of where's the commonality, and then where does the specific brands and categories and regions do things on their own?
Yeah, so I mean, each brand and each region are going to have their own strategy based on their own objectives and problems that they need to solve. But we do have a universal approach as we think about marketing and driving consumer engagement across Kellogg. So I would say there's like 3 big things. Firstly, it kind of sounds a bit 101, but we ensure that we have really strong strategic foundations and strategic underpinnings for our brand. So it's really important that we articulate a very clear purpose that the brand has in consumers' lives. And for me, and it's really important that that brand purpose isn't too lofty, and it's something that's really actionable. So I know when I get up in the morning and I go to work, I know what my brand is there to do for consumers, and it serves as that North Star. And then married with a really strong human insight, you will get to that universal brand idea that will really resonate with consumers on an instinctive human level. And we activate against a true brand idea year in, year out, consistently, but keeping it fresh to resonate. And then we at Kellogg, we strive to build experiences for consumers, not media plans, right? And we come at that from a real behavioral lens. So what behavior are we trying to impact and we trying to change? And how do we make those experiences more immersive for consumers versus it just being, well, here's our message and we want to get out there. So we don't think TV ads, we think sort of the full experience. And then finally, we aim to take a full funnel approach to marketing. So yes, we will be in those big awareness building channels, but then we also look to leverage data lower down the funnel and look to reach custom audiences, drive version creative to build stronger consumer engagement and relevance, and ultimately drive conversion, right?
Great. So it sounds like there's sort of a common Kellogg framework and principles.
Yes.
And then it's really up to their different regions with their goals. And then, of course, it sounds like to sort of achieve those objectives even down to a brand level, but there's this sort of common framework that guides all the different brands across Kellogg.
Absolutely, and we use that globally and regionally. And I think at particularly at a global regional level, if you're managing a brand at that level, it's really important then that you build a really strong brand idea that can be adapted locally. And maybe the execution is slightly different, but it all is in service of a brand idea that has a universal consumer insight at the heart of it that can resonate with consumers, universally.
Got it. And is there, so, it sounds like there's some KPIs that are similar, right? It's sort of, but it sounds like it's also could be a little bit different. And is there certain though core data that everyone shares? Like, is there a first party data across Kellogg that people will share across the organization?
Yeah, so we do have a huge bank for first party data. So we have a loyalty program, and that's driven through purchase data. So I think there's like, I don't know, for the US, I think there's like 10 million active users within our loyalty program. So we're able to use that first party data to build out custom audiences, to build out more intelligently targeted plans. And then we also, we augment that with second and third party data with our partners as well.
And then do the individual brands have some of their own data, or is this sort of is most of the first? Because I know with CPG sometimes it's a challenge getting first party data, but I was just curious if, say, frozen breakfast as an example, is there frozen breakfast data specifically, or is it all really connected to the Kellogg loyalty data?
Yeah, so the Kellogg loyalty data can be broken down into subsets of brands, so you can get the data brand by brand as well, which is really it's really helpful. And I'll give a shout out to my Special K colleagues recently. They used that first party data to build custom audiences and look at zip codes and actually drive personalized messages based on purchase data. And so yeah, huge kudos for them to using that data in the right way.
Okay, fantastic. And I assume then there's some sharing though, because if there's common data, there's a common sort of Kellogg customer across categories, I suppose. But you can sort of but at the same time, there might be certain things that are more important to a specific brand, I would take.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that we use that first party data in our kind of traditional like CRM approach is that we will build out personalized emails based on that consumer's data and that consumer's purchase intent. So we use like automation, and it will then automate and show different offers for different people based on their purchase behavior. So yeah, it's a great system.
Got it. So sharing and also being able to personalize, and then some specific brands can do things on their own as well that might resonate for their consumers. Fantastic. So let's segue now specifically to frozen breakfast. So what's your approach? Because you have to garner now, you have your own insights. So we have a sort of common framework, there's some common data, but then there's sort of insights that you need to garner that might be different than some of the other categories. So can you talk certainly to your strategy there and how are your approach to garnering those insights?
Definitely. And I couldn't be a stronger advocate for uncovering like real human truths and real human insights to drive consumer engagement. I'm probably a complete broken record on it with my team and my agencies, but it's so important. And I think you have to really resonate with your consumer in a way in which they feel seen. And a brand needs to provide a credible solve to that tension. And that's where the magic is. So for me, a brand's success in consumer engagement is really understanding the true and authentic value that you can bring to consumers' lives. So there is a host of different ways that we garner insights. We use traditional research methods, whether that's focus groups or ethnography. But I really love using social listening to gain insight too. Social listening is like social channels are just a bank of insights. And blogs as well, parents' blogs, etc. And then search terms, and also our own like consumer feedback through consumer affairs. So there's lots of different ways that we can gain insight. So for Eggo, I think a really interesting example. We understand that universally mornings are really tough for parents. So I don't know, Eric, if you're a parent or there's people listening that have kids, but every morning is this constant set of repetitive battles, whether it's like asking them to put their pants on 10 times or brush their teeth. So we know that. And from social listening, it was really fascinating and surprising to learn that parents are around 40% less positive about breakfast when it involves their kids, which was a bit of a wow moment. And as a brand that is, a true breakfast brand, it's kind of a bit of an ouch, right? You want to change that. And so we went a little bit deeper, and that's when we used like ethnography and consumer groups. And we understood that, yes, mornings are hard, that's universal, but we went a little bit deeper, and we understood that from parents, being able to diffuse the tension in the morning and just get like one small win makes them feel like heroes, and they use that language. And for me, that's so powerful, really, really powerful. And I kind of call it the goosebump moment. And that really was the underpinning for our new campaign on Eggo, which is Lego with Eggo. And the whole idea of that is to let go and embrace a small win. And the superpower of our brand is that parents love to, they're really happy to give Eggo to their kids, and kids are really happy to eat it. So there's a real small win there. So essentially we're a co-hero in the morning, and that's led to this idea, which I'm super proud of, and I would encourage anyone to go and watch the long form content we have out there, because it's brilliant. But we're basically just encouraging parents to be heroes.
That's great insight. I can tell you, as being a parent of a small child, that yeah, breakfast is a source of anxiety, because you need to get to school on time, and you want them to eat otherwise. So it's that's kind of interesting. I mean, obviously, today, where a lot of kids have been doing remote school, it's probably a new set of challenges. But it's so I can imagine. I mean, that kind of leads me a little bit of these things sort of changed, right? So that's clearly, that tension is probably universal in the morning, right? That's their anxiety. Are they going to eat? Are they going to be ready for school? So they. But I imagine that certain situations change. It could be macroeconomic situations like we're dealing now. It could be just other social sentiment. So I'm just curious, talk a little bit about, how this is sort of maybe always on, and how do you constantly tweak it, based on what the consumers are telling you?
Yeah, definitely. That's a great question. And you're right, things can change, but honestly, those universal insights, some things they don't, right? They stay the same. And I think you've picked up on a really good point, that in the last year, I think this insight is even more prevalent and mornings are even harder. So tapping into social, I think, is one of the ways that you can really keep on top of how things are changing or how things are evolving. And I'm telling you, the tweets and posts that parents put out there about their kids are absolutely brilliant. So we know that the behavior is there, and I go to social media so that I can vent, I can bring levity to the situation, and I can get a bit of camaraderie, show solidarity. So some of the things that we learned through that, so through some of the work that we did around the mornings and looking at things like social media and Google searches, we actually found out that daylight savings is probably one of the highest pressure points for parents in the morning, which was quite fascinating to me, but it makes complete sense. Like, the routine is disrupted. And that's actually a time that we went out and we launched a part of our campaign called the Logometer, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that. But so that's something that you learn. So it's almost just going deeper and deeper into the insights, and for me, that's where the magic is. So you have like that universal insight, but you learn more and more, and you can activate differently. So to that point, the Logometer, which is something that we've launched recently, it actually uses the data in order to act in real time and drive in stronger consumer engagement. So as I said before, we know that parents are searching on the internet for ideas on how to make mornings easier, and they're also going to social media to vent. So we've partnered with Google and with Twitter to aggregate and analyze and monitor search terms and social sentiment every single week. And what we get is an algorithm and an index that tells us where that pressure is in the morning. So if we find that people are searching more for help, or there's a lot of hashtag mum fail out there, we know that the pressure is really high, and then we'll respond to that weekly. So if the Logometer shows we're high, we might say, here's some free waffles, everyone, because you clearly need it. Or if it's medium, we might say, here are some ideas and some tricks to help diffuse the tension in the morning, like do a silly dance while the toaster is cooking the Eggo, for example. So it's great, because this comes back to something I was saying earlier, is when we're not just building media plans, we're aiming to build experiences for consumers. We're using the data to help us do that in real time. And honestly, I think it's amazing that as a brand, you're offering real-time help using data to actually help your consumers and make a difference in their lives. So I hope that answers your question. There's a lot.
Yeah, no, that's great. So it sounds like obviously you've got, sort of your ear always listening to sort of like what's happening, what's their. I like that. I love that Legometer, Lego
yeah,
meter,
the legometer.
legometer. And so it's sort of understanding that sort of tension, or and where to let go, and how can you as a brand facilitate that, so you have that connection with that consumer,
Yeah.
and then being certainly cognizant of things that are going on. So for example, daylight savings, right? That makes complete sense, because then the kids are sleep deprived, and then it makes all that tension that much harder. So social sentiment, that's clearly that's a great way to sort of evaluate some of that. Just because, are there other ways that you garner sort of data on your insights? So yeah, panel based. I was just curious if there's other methods as well that you're gathering data.
Yeah, so we talked a bit about first party and second party before. So one of the things that we do at Kellogg, and you know what, in all humility, we're on a journey here on using data and getting to data-driven marketing. And I think most CPG companies are, right? But I'm really passionate about this space, and I think there's just so much opportunity here. But for me, it's about purposely leveraging that data to create custom audiences and drive intelligently targeted plans and personalized content. And I think, ultimately, we would love to get to the point where we're at, we're using machine learning and AI to actually drive more, I call it like mass personalization. So we talked a bit about our CRM program. So we use that in a predictive fashion to personalize messages and emails. But we also use that data with our programmatic partnerships to target audiences and deliver version creative. So one of the things that we've done on Lego, with Lego in particular, to acquire new audience, to acquire new users, we've looked at, we work with Google, and actually we've built out a sub-segment of parents based on their interest or their approach to targeting. And then we're building customized, unique content with messages to put directly to them. So for example, one of our subsets, we call them like the 30-minute chefs. So they're looking at content where they can pull together quick recipes in a short amount of time. So our messaging about Eggo will be, hey, you can do it in 5 minutes. It's that kind of like customized content that will drive stronger resonance and relevance with our audience. Other ways that we look at first party data to drive more custom audiences, if we're looking to acquire new buyers, we can take lookalike and then build that out, or we can look at search keywords or affinities in order to target audiences. And then other ways we can do it, if we're trying to retain buyers, we look at, well, who's our medium or lapsed buyers, and then we can go and target them as well.
Yeah, I guess with the frozen breakfast category, there's the audience is pretty well defined from a demographic or life stage perspective, right? It's sort of parents with small children, most, I assume. So it's interesting to me is that when you're talking about segmentation and lookalikes, it's actually really at that point it's really behavioral based, right? Or these are people who want quick breakfast, or these are people. So it sounds like you're really picking up on a lot of signals in the market to determine like if somebody fits into that category, right? Because that's probably hard to procure data like that. And so it's we talked about this last week, where CPG companies tend to be data starved because you don't often get the conversion signal, because the retailers or the grocer is the one who controls the relationship with the customer. But it sounds like you're doing a really good job of finding sort of mass market, what are the behaviors that make up this core audience, and then really going and finding those audiences.
Absolutely. And I think it is also sometimes surprising to hear that CPG companies do have that first party data that is purchase led. So it's there, and it's a great resource. So we do have that. To your point, Eggo target audience is parents of kids, parents with young kids. But you're right, you can then start to sub-segment them based on behavior. And I think that is really important, because you can then drive more of a customized message based on their behavior, based on their purchase behavior. And I think that's where it gets really really fascinating and interesting, because that's how you drive stronger engagement, right? Because you can be more relevant to that subset or to that audience. And like I say, we're on that journey at Kellogg. I think we're doing a fantastic job, and we would love to get to the point where we are in that place of machine learning and AI, where you can really drive stronger mass personalization.
That's great. And then when you actually target them, like obviously you have an agency, you are clearly partnering with Google very closely, and I'm sure the social platforms. But when you start talking about channels, right? So if it's digital, if it's print, or when you're now looking at your mix and sort of, determine the optimal way to sort of then reach the customer across different channels and publishers, things like that. Can you just talk a little bit about, formulating that strategy?
Yeah, sure. And I think that's kind of getting to the measurement side of things, right? And the way that we approach it is that there's sort of three ways. So firstly, we optimize in flight, and use the near real-time sales signals. So we partner with like a Verizon and Nielsen Catalina to do that. So we're actually then optimizing to those higher performing audiences or placements or even messaging. So I love the fact that we do that in real time. And in Kellogg, we do that on a weekly basis in a meeting called The Cube with a K. See what we did there? And so we're optimizing every single week to make sure that we're getting to higher performing channels, and we're getting to a stronger ROI. So that's a really great way that we optimize. And then we also have the usual kind of 6 to 8 post campaign reviews with NCS, and looking at our return on ad spend, penetration, retention, and then the bigger marketing modeling mix where we look at return on investment and sales. So we're kind of doing it in those 3 stages.
Right. Yeah, that makes total sense. And I guess a lot of that, I know, so it sounds like you have a lot of internal data scientists. So curious, is a lot of that, those insights and those mix models, and sort of where the investment is a lot of that done in-house?
A bit of a mix, yes. So like in-house and agency, and look, that is not my area of expertise.
Yeah.
I'm not a data science, but I would love to be. And what a great title to have, to be like data sciences. That would be fantastic. But
yeah. Well,
it's a mix, and it's great. It's superb to have those people who are the experts. And so a bit of a mix of in-house, in-house and agency. So
and you obviously you apply. You clearly understand the application of it, right? Because you get the insights.
I trust them.
Right. So they're deriving for you. This is what the data is telling us, and you're using that to kind of develop the campaigns and things like that. And so I imagine you work quite closely to sort of interpret some of the outputs.
Yeah.
And so. So that's, so it is, let me also, you talked about, you work obviously, say with Catalina, like you're going to get some signals from the cash register, right? So you're going to get through some providers. Are there other sort of indirect, because you talked a lot about social sentiment and so influencing. So what would be some of the other kind of KPIs besides sales, right? It sounds like you're really listening to a lot that's in the market. So just talk to some of the sort of indirect KPIs.
Yeah, definitely. And of course that will change depending on your the different brands and different objectives. But so for Eggo in particular, for Lego with Eggo, sales offline and online are really important. And actually we have a partnership with Micmac where we're building out more shoppable media, which is fantastic. Also, we talked a lot about our loyalty program, but sign-ups to our loyalty program is really important too. And then general like social sentiment and social engagement. I know that there are softer measures there, and even to the point of how much UGC do we drive? How much are people actually engaging back with us on social? So those are some of the key KPIs or more softer measurements outside of sales.
Right. And it sounds like then you'll adjust based on some of those different measures as well, right? So it's, ultimately, Obviously, everyone wants to grow sales, right? Because we're in the business of earning income for our companies.
For sure.
But of course, then there's the sort of leading indicators, right? So what is the social sentiment? What are they telling us? What is the, what are the messages? And it sounds like at Kellogg, you have, like, you're really looking at, you have these principles, and then you have all these different measures, and sentiments, and indirect measures. You talked also about then, let's talk about then the delivery a little bit. So then when we talked last week, you mentioned, working with celebrities. So like, talk about some of the building that relationship with the customer, and just the different methods. Then when you're finding these insights, you say, okay, let's engage with them. Talk a little bit about some of the partnerships that you've done to sort of activate.
Yeah, and this comes back again to building experiences with our consumers, and come straight back to the tweets and posts that you see in social media for parents. I think I remember seeing one that was like, so I gave my child a choice this morning of, do they want to wear this shirt or this shirt? And child like falls on the floor in tantrum, and I'm like, good choice. Those are just like fabulous tweets and posts, and I love them. So what we actually did with that, because that's the behavior, we teamed up with a squad of celebrities who are parents, and really genuinely believe and agree with this insight, and are feeling that pain every morning. So Melissa Joan Hart was one of them, Sean Johnson, Mark Ingram. And they then went out and responded to these parents' tweets with a personalized message. So saying, yeah, totally get you, stand in solidarity, and everyone needs a small win. And then we'd sent them some free Eggo. So a really great way to resonate with the behavior, right? So in that channel, doing exactly what they're doing there, and just showing that camaraderie and solidarity. So it's a really, really neat campaign. And that's where, obviously we drive earned then, and earned becomes another KPI.
Right. And it's so interesting how, the message has evolved over time, right? Lego my ego, to it's okay to let go, right? It's okay to let go. And so just maybe, what's next? Like, where do you see some of I mean, and maybe not even frozen breakfast, but, in general, just, CPG, we're like, the theme here is, of course, customer engagement. So it's just like, what's, for other CPG, for other marketers out there, like, just staying relevant. And so the message, even a classic message like Lego my ego, staying fresh and staying relevant, and then evolving it, further as things change.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Lego my ego isn't necessarily going away, right? And we know that's one of the most salient lines out there. And that was built on the premise of the brand promise that, it is a small win. Everyone loves Eggo, right? Kids love it, parents love it, parents are happy to give it. And that was more of Lego my ego. It's so good, I want to keep it for myself. So it's like the underpinning is still the same. It's just we've come at the insight in a different way, and now it's about helping parents let go. And so I would say insight is so important. To be able to connect with your consumer on a true human level is so important, but you have to be able to solve that tension with your brand, which is why I come back to your purpose shouldn't be lofty. Your purpose needs to be actionable. You need to exist for a reason, and that you can genuinely make a difference in consumers' lives. And then the other thing is experience over media plans. I mean, the way that consumers consume media these days is so fragmented. They're constantly raising the bar, and you have to constantly raise the bar and delight them and resonate with them in new and in distinctive ways, even though the strategic underpinnings will be the same. So it's just like constantly raising the bar of like, it's, these immersive experiences for consumers.
Yeah. And I mean, in many ways, when you think of the brand over time, obviously the signals now that you have are so much more real time. than we had in the past, right? Which I guess it really raises the stakes, right? Because it's yeah. You talked about mass personalization before. I thought that was really interesting, where you're responding, and you know, a whole strategy can really be updated on a weekly basis based on the sentiment in the market.
Yeah. And I think that's it, right? The logometer, that for me is just I'm super proud of that, because you are genuinely reacting to consumers in real time based on real data, rather than it just being, okay, we're going to put a TV ad out there. You know, this is something that we change week in and week out, and we're using insight to actually help them. And that's the stuff that I think is magic, and that's the stuff that's going to just you're going to have to keep constantly raising the bar on. You know, I think Spotify is a great example of using data to build consumer engagement. You know, they use their own data. I think the campaign was the campaign was like a year in review or something, where they used the data to say, here, this is what you've been listening to. And like, consumers love to talk about themselves. They want to know about themselves. They want to know about their own data. And what a great way to use data to actually connect in real time with consumers. And I think that's the future. I think data-driven marketing is absolutely the future. I mean, we're doing it now, but it's those two ways. It's data to drive better experiences, to resonate, and then data to drive more personalized content to be more relevant, to drive conversion.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. And it's also, you know, so much we hear, you know, in a lot of marketing and analytics, it's often easy to think of it as sort of direct response and sort of intent signals. And what's interesting, what I'm hearing from you, is that there's so much science and data around really the emotional connection to the customer, right?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Absolutely.
And so it's really a new meaning when where it's a sort of data-driven marketing and insights and Garner, and it's where sometimes you don't always get the direct signal. I mean, it sounds like you do get it sometimes, obviously, and you certainly can look at sales data, but then it's really to look at the sentiment, the engagement, to really understand as you said, the tension. And then the change the message and the change the delivery of it, and you talked about and then the different partners to actually reach out and giving, you know, sort of promotional egos to facilitate
and they need it. Yeah, absolutely. And like, you know, as a marketer, to be able to, it's going to sound super cheesy, but to be able to genuinely make a difference in your consumers' lives is you know, it's really fulfilling.
Yeah, I could hear that, and who knew, right?
Waffles could do that.
Exactly, but that it makes complete sense, because I think, you know, a lot of us people, either as parents or just, you know, we were all kids at one point, and you can remember that sort of, you know, getting out of the house in the morning and parents wanting the kids to, you know, be satiated, and so that they can concentrate at school, and to get out, and how do you do that quickly and in a way that's, you know, so you don't ruin the day for everybody in the process. So it certainly makes sense. It sounds like I think there was one question that came in, certainly, like I would say, you know, more there are other alternative methods of which engaging. So you talk about giving free, you know, sort of promotional waffles, but are there other free giveaways and other techniques that you're using to kind of get that one-to-one engagement with the customer?
Yeah, and so as I spoke about with the logometer, yeah, giving people free waffles. I mean, obviously, people love free stuff, which is great, but we're also putting our money where our mouth is, because we're saying, hey, you're having a really tough morning this morning, try Eggo tomorrow, because that's a small win. So it is a bit of like putting our money where our mouth is. But the other things that we're looking at, and again, this is using insights, and we understand the parents kind of call them coping strategies. So what are the coping strategies to get through the morning? Doing silly dances was one of them. So that we then say, well, here's some tips and some tricks. So why don't you try making up a silly dance when the toaster is cooking an Eggo, and then when it pops, you know, you do something silly. And it's stuff like that that can help diffuse the tension. So using those insights, and then actually just giving our consumers advice and tips and tricks that they can use. And it comes right back to, the behavioral lens. So if you can give them something that they then use and it works, they become advocates for you, and you're affirming the reason that the ego plays a role in their lives. So it comes back full circle.
Right. Can you talk a little Legometer? I mean, I'm so fascinated by it. So what is it measuring exactly?
So it's a partnership with Google and with Twitter. So we're actually measuring search terms and like social hashtags on social media that ladder up to pressure in the morning. So like hashtag mum fail might be one of those hashtags that we follow, or help to make mornings better. That's something that someone would search. So that's then aggregated, and again, this is not my area of expertise, but into an algorithm that will throw out an index, and the index will tell us, is it a really high pressure morning based on those search terms, or is it low? And then we'll react to that. So if it's low, we'll be like, great, pressure's low this morning. Here's some new innovation, different innovation, or different products that you may not have used before. So why don't you try using like Eggo Mickey waffles, for example? So it's just, again, like that real-time data that we can respond to.
I see. So there's sort of a time and place for everything. If it's like the tension's high, then well, I guess if the tension's high, that's obviously an opportunity for you, because then you could reach out in ways to sort of where they really can connect with the brand and feel that you heard them and you understand them. And if the tension's low, then maybe that's an opportunity that you can upsell them, or you can introduce them to new ideas. And so it's taking that sort of real-time data to sort of actively communicate. And then I assume you do, I mean, you mentioned tweeting and having celebrities do it. And then I assume that there's also then the email campaigns, and you're following up with display ads, or you just, tell me a little bit of then like kind of bringing all that together. So it's like, hey, we have these are the sort of these are the insights that we have right now. Now sort of like give the marching orders to the sort of, be it the agency or the buyers, and just, understanding if some of the then KPIs and messaging is going to sort of start changing.
Sure. I mean, it comes back to what I was saying before about just optimizing in flight, and every week we have the Kellogg Cube that we look at those signals and we optimize as we go, and we'll see which messages are resonating more. But that insight is not going to change. The brand idea, that'll live for years. I think that's the beauty of it, right? You need an idea that you keep consistent, because you build those memory structures with consumers. The magic comes when how you refresh that message to keep it distinctive. So it comes straight back to what I was talking to at the very beginning, which is strategic underpinnings is so important. Having a North Star and everything in service to that North Star, and keeping that consistent to drive those memory structures is fundamental to brand growth.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And so maybe we'll even, because I know you switched over to cereal, and so maybe how's that going? Because it must be, is it and I know you're still absorbing, but is some of those metrics similar? Are you looking at sort of the tension in the morning? Are things sort of unique? It'd be just interesting to hear your perspective now, moving into a new area of different things that either you can bring to them, or the things that you're learning.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been on that cereal desk for like the last 3 weeks, but it's fantastic, and it's like the DNA of our company. So it's just amazing to be back on cereal. But it's exactly the same. It's like, what are those insights? What are the insights that help drive your brand? What's your brand purpose? And like, honestly, short answer is yes, exactly the same. It's the way to do it.
Excellent. So it looks like it's been great speaking with you, Laura and Pearl. It looks like you're here to say thank you.
I'm back. That was fascinating. Is this Legometer? Is that public, or is that
live? Yeah, it's live. So
oh wow.
Go to the Eggo website. You'll see all of this in real time. And
that's fascinating. I feel like you're doing all the work, and other brands can be using that to their advantage as well.
I know. I'm now moved off. I'm like, I want to see the results.
I love it. Thanks so much for such an interesting chat.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for having me as well.
Yeah, so, we'll have you both back soon, hopefully.
Fantastic. All right, take care.
Take care. Next up, we'll be moving on to a fireside chat with Mark Wakefield. He's the SVP of Marketing of Nutella and Mainstream Chocolate at Ferrero. And this session will be moderated by Doug Schabelbaum, CEO of Burns Entertainment. Welcome to the stage, Mark and Doug.
How you doing?
Great, how are you?
You're good.
I love the merch in the background.
I didn't bring any celebrities in the background today, Mark, unfortunately. So your candy's going to have to do, I guess.
Yeah, Doug, that would
Mark's
have
a
to cost
celebrity.
you, so I guess you're saying I'm not worth it. We're not worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll let you two take it away. I'll
Okay.
show back up towards the end of the chat.
Thanks.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Pearl. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Good to have you here. I'll let you give a quick intro on who you are a little bit, so everybody can hear that.
Yeah, sure. Pleasure. Great to meet you again, Doug. And I'm 17 years, almost 30 years now in marketing and sales. I worked at Unilever for 17 years, and I spent a number of years in marketing and sales there. I had a global role where I worked in London, England, and on the Dirt is Good Omo campaign. Also worked in Canada on the launch of the campaign for Real Beauty and the Dove Self-Esteem Fund. I came to Ferrero about 13 years ago, and I worked 6 years as the marketing director in Canada on all the brands, the portfolio. And then I went to our global head office in Luxembourg, where I spent 7 years working internationally again in a role covering basically all of the world except Europe, and doing what is our premium chocolate portfolio, and most people would know as Ferrero Rocher. I'm now 18 months back in North America, working and living in New Jersey, and I'm managing and leading the marketing on the portfolio of Nutella and our mainstream chocolate snacks, which are, beloved American icons like Butterfinger, Crunch, 100 Grand, Baby Ruth, and Raisinets.
So yeah, it's interesting. As we talked just earlier, we had a little crossover. As Unilever is one of our biggest accounts, and we've had some great experience. And there's actually a lot of consumer engagement with some of the brands that you worked with, and some of the DIG campaign, and obviously the campaign for Real Beauty. We've had some great experiences there, and I think it's interesting right now to look at those campaigns, pre-COVID versus now, where you're getting towards the end of, hopefully towards the end, knock on wood, towards the end of the pandemic. And I'm kind of, I'm intrigued to know that if one of your agencies or if one of your brand teams came to you right now in the current climate with a celebrity campaign, with a campaign that really focused on the use of celebrity, what would your reaction be? What would it entail? What would it look like now, as opposed to maybe what it would look like, a couple of years ago, or even 1 year ago?
Well, I think, Doug, in general, we have to have connections with our brands that are built around objectives and solid strategies that ladder up to the longer term, and would want to make sure that what we're doing and connecting, if it was necessary or leverageable into the celebrity world, is that we're building on something that we could not just do as a one-off short-term tactical thing, but it would actually connect to and be synergistic with the overall strategy. So I think, I would say to my brand team, how does that build for the long term? Tell me about your whole strategy around celebrities and influencers, and then let's connect it over time. I think, the role of the CMO or marketing leaders tends to be shorter, and also we have a lot of young people with passion, and that's fantastic, but making sure that we have something that's going to stand the test of time, not so transactional or incidental, but something that's going to build up and we keep it. In the past on brands like Crunch, there's been celebrities like Shaq. Well, Shaq is saying it's Crunch time. He picks up, and he's a big guy, he can pick up a whole vending machine full of Crunch, which is funny, but doesn't really necessarily go into a campaignable approach. If I had everyone's crunching, which is our new campaign for Crunch, and a person who's passionate about the brand, who speaks about it authentically, comes and says, hey, I'd like to connect with you on Crunch, and we could actually put them in the campaign. Everyone's crunching, I'm crunching, and we have an example where, for example, news anchors like Hoda Kotb has said, "Hey, Crunch is my favorite chocolate bar for Halloween," and that person would be coming to us with passion, be a real ambassador, and drive authenticity. So,
authenticity, yeah. I mean, authenticity is what we see is such a key component, and when we're approached, and our company, which has been around, we just celebrated our 51st anniversary, Burns Entertainment. When we work with brands, thank you very much. When we work with companies like yours, and when we are asked, okay, let's talk about strategy, let's talk about what we should do, we will make that the first question. How important is authenticity to it? How important is, the person that you're going to work with, whether it's celebrity, whether it's influencer, and even somewhat music, if you wanted to license music, how important is the authenticity to the brand? And especially it's a little bit different right now than, let's say, the campaign for Real Beauty versus confectionery. So if you could expound on that, that'd be great.
I think that, passion, you can't necessarily buy it. And if it's not there, people will see through it. And authenticity comes from passion and a real ambassador. I think, if you had someone, again, who comes and it helps to build the celebrity's brand as well as your own brand. So, the celebrity says, hey, this is going to do great things for me. And there's a synergy there. I think that can work over the longer term and will work to build the brand. But I think in general, you have to have that authenticity. Otherwise, consumers will see through it and you won't stick with it. And the brand will lose its way, and the celebrity will not come across as genuine or authentic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's key. It is really key, and I think that today's consumer, with the internet, with all of the things that are out there and ways that people can educate themselves, it's very easy for them to find inauthentic brand ambassadors. So it is a key component in terms of consumer engagement. So let me ask you if you can give a recent example of like where you at Ferrero have approached consumer engagement in a non-traditional way. How did it work? Why did it work? What would you do, I think, differently? And give us an example of something that you've done and seen success with.
Yeah, I think the challenge in the opening up world we're going through, and I'm thinking optimistically, and the fact that everyone's going to be about moving around and being much more liberated. Freedom will be the challenge to engagement, because freedom, people will be not wanting to sit like we are in front of our TV or computer screen and watching video. They want to be outside. They want to be connecting and socializing with people, which they've been starved of for a long time. So I think that challenge of being able to connect with them, engage with them in their world, on their space, and be meaningful in their lives, adding, the product and the brand have to give a service and give something back. So as we look at the world as it goes into that vastly opening up, again, I'm an optimist, that's going to happen, is that you have to find a way to engage with them in a meaningful way in their life. I tell my young marketers that no one ever walks out the door in the morning and says, what I really want to see today is an ad for Crunch Bar. So we have to find them where they are and do it in a relevant way. And I think relevance is the doorway to engagement. I'll give you an example of what we've done. So for example, on Butterfinger, we had a really interesting engagement we did, which was to integrate the product and the brand into a game on Twitch. So we were sponsoring the launch of Halo. We're doing a promotion, basic, you buy a couple bars, you snap your receipt, you get some free content with Halo, and you could win one of the new Xbox Series games. But then you actually say, okay, so how do you make it really interesting and engaging? Well, you find it in the streaming world of Twitch, where gamers are playing, and we created a game that was an integration. And I grew up in the world of asteroids and Atari.
Showing your age, Mark.
I'm showing my age, but we created a game like Asteroids. So the Butterfinger chocolate bits and pieces are flying, and the gamers have to shoot them down to save Master Chief from the asteroid pieces. And we just got some results back, and there was a 9% lift in what would be almost purchase intent. Of course, it's claimed, but in that audience, they found it very relevant and integrated, and it wasn't interrupting. So I think that's a non-traditional way that we could say we've created a value add. They had fun, they were engaged, they felt that Butterfinger made a lot of sense there. And coming back to your world, Doug, of celebrities, I mean, we are, connecting with those influencers in the gaming world, like Munchkin Doom and Big Cheese Kit. These guys and these people have the real credence in that world. They may not be the biggest, celebrities like a Kardashian or The Rock, but they are ambassadors for the gaming world, and are speaking positively about Butterfinger, and they're loving this game that we created. So that builds the authenticity again, and it's really a strong engagement.
So yeah, so to take the gaming world and to kind of take it to the next place, it's non-traditional campaigns, and we kind of talked about it. We touched upon it a little bit earlier. We work with some of the most non-traditional. We've done some of the most non-traditional campaigns recently. Crocs, as you can see, the collaborations, Bad Bunny, Ruby Rose, different talent, and then equity deals. So we had a campaign with Voss Water, with The Rock. So it's a little bit non-traditional. It's not the usual. We're going to put this person on television or on digital, holding the product, extolling the virtues. But that still does have a place. And I kind of want to get your opinion, where does that fit? Where do you feel celebrity can still work? Assuming that you're authentic, assuming that you're in the right boat and you're using them in the right way. Where do you see it being best used? Where do you see celebrity or influencer? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think it comes back again to the idea of authenticity and passion for the brand. So another example, we have a new campaign for Butterfinger called Butterfinger Investigators. And it's a simple mechanism of a tug of war between an owner who is smart or smarter than the thief who is smart. And they have this tug of war. And of course, they need the Butterfinger Investigators to solve and get the crime of the theft and get the Butterfinger back to the owner. And we found a great celebrity, Amir Ersan from The Blacklist, who is one of the investigators. And he has gotten completely passionate about the brand. And he's been engaged dramatically in even writing new things and doing interesting stuff for us. And so, you've got passion, you've got authenticity, you've got a non-traditional approach where we're actually building a mini series around the investigators. And he's the guy who's completely put himself in character. And he's put himself in the character to be driving this concept of the investigators, and the Butterfinger is so irresistible that you need an investigator to bring it back. But to take it to another extension of that, and a real kind of interesting engagement approach, is we have a call-in line on the most recent commercial, which is 1-833 tell BFI. And if you go on that and you dial it, you get Amir, who is saying, if your Butterfinger's been stolen, press 1.
Sure.
So this is
different engagement. It's different ways for the consumer to engage, and get a little bit more touch.
Yeah.
Than typically, watching that spot.
Yeah.
And how has that worked? And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but how is that though? Have you found that engagement has translated, or is it, are you looking in that capacity for that direct correlation to sales? Everybody does, but if you can't, do you at least see more engagement that promotes your brand and gets you out there in a different way?
Well, a call-in telephone number is a very easy way to catch engagement and to see what's working, right? And, the funny thing is, as I said, people are going to be liberated. They want to get out. They don't want to be near their computer screen, but they've got their phone with them all the time. It's an extension of their hand. And so we've found that, when these commercials come on, either 1844, what is it on Crunch, or 1833 tell BFI for Butterfinger. We get thousands of calls and people engaging in the line. So it's really quite interesting to see, and really very, very I would say responsive.
Yeah, well, definitely. And then it's obviously great for you. You can track the information, you can provide that, and then gives you feedback for the next time. So looking also too, and sticking kind of in the same realm regarding consumer engagement, short-term engagements, they carry a great deal of weight for a product launch, for a new variant of a brand. If you're coming out with something like different candy, a different line extension, look at some of the brands that have added different things to it that are traditional brands. Where do you think the best fit is with celebrity and influencer? Do you find that short term? Do you find it long term? Or is it really brand or product specific within your portfolio? What's your perspective on that?
I think that you have to get that synergy right. You have to find the influencer who's passionate and authentic. If you then go into, I wouldn't, and we've had this conversation, I wouldn't necessarily want to base my entire program on the celebrity world, but they do play a role, especially if the celebrity says, yeah, this works for me and it can build my brand, and there's a synergy and a value add for them. So I think that it has to, again, fit into the broader strategy. I would say for, new campaigns, it could throw gasoline on the fire and could really, really amp them up if you find the right opportunity and the right celebrity who could be talking about it in a fun and engaging way. And we found that, with Amir Arison and the Butterfinger investigators, he is so passionate. He's actually trying to write scenes. He's talking to the director, and he's very engaged in that.
Sure.
And so I think, for iconic historic brands like that, it works very well. And then if I go to the Nutella brand, we have a whole series with Williams-Sonoma and different chefs, and we're going to be giving people inspiration and ideas about how to bake with Nutella, how to make great, interesting, and creative breakfast with Nutella. And of course, building back into the engagement idea that people are, I would say, working at home and living at work. Sure. And they need breaks. They need ways to also make, the moment special, but break from this video world we're living in. And they want to find fun and creative ways to, add some pleasure, some indulgence, some joy to breakfast. So we're doing a whole bunch of things with that and different celebrities which are related to cooking and baking with Williams-Sonoma. And on top of that, we're doing, with World Nutella Day, which just finished on beginning of February. We had Hilary Duff, who was giving us a celebrity endorsement to that too.
So it's interesting, and you touched on a few different things, and I'll keep coming back to when we're talking with clients and the agencies, and they're talking strategy. One of the key elements that we look at is trying to make sure that we're going to, I guess, diversify if we're going to work with a multitude of different talent. We might say that you want a chef, you want a traditional influencer, you want a celebrity, you want a musician. Does that create the fact that there's such a diversification right now in the marketplace of, if you talk about 30, 40 years ago or 30 years ago, there were really just celebrities and athletes. And now you've got such a diverse group that can be in here. And then you have gamers and you have chefs. So does that almost like create a bigger cause of concern for you that, hey, we don't want to go too deep in with one segment of celebrity, or are you open to everything? Because I think that's where we're trying to counsel our clients, is to really dig deep and figure out, okay, who is your consumer and who really does fit that role the best? And when my team engages, we're going to ask every single agency and every single brand team that's on that project, okay, what is that? Like, you might come up with that name. It might be Paula, and she might be your consumer 25 to 34. But at the end of the day, who does really appeal most to her? And I'm just wondering, does that cause even more I don't know, consternation or more debate on the marketing side, how to do that and how to go about it.
Well, I think that, the brand has to be bigger than its communications. And then the net effect is that the brand has to be built over time and has to be built with consistency through every touch point. And, you're talking about a multitude of touch points and a range of influencers, celebrities, musicians, what have you, Doug. But I think that if you come back to the first principles of your brand identity and your brand values and personality need to be built through whichever influencer or celebrity you're using, and you can have various different levels of that. But of course, you have to have the great discipline and the filter, and then think about how to create that mechanism to be both, I would say, focused and disciplined, but also organic and entrepreneurial.
Sure.
If you find someone who comes to you and says, "Hey, I really want to work with you because I've got this great passion for your product," and we've had several of these on Butterfinger, where people are saying, "This is my favorite chocolate bar. I want to be talking about Butterfinger." It works great, because then we can actually say, "Okay, how do we do something together that works to build your brand and our brand?"
Sure.
As I said before. But that may not be part of the kind of game plan as you start. But to be entrepreneurial and to be thinking in a dynamic way, say, "Oh, you know what? This could be a great opportunity. Let's see how we can build it in."
Sure.
And actually, that's how gaming came apart from into the world of Butterfinger. There are bigger, more well-funded brands doing huge amounts of stuff with gaming. I mean, and gaming is the new appointment television in some people's lives. So we are saying, how do we compete with those big brands that have 10x our budget? Well, you've got to do it in a way that's obviously creating the right connection with your long-term strategy. But we said, hey, we had a first instance where it worked with Final Fantasy, and we said, how do we deepen this, but make sure the brand is completely integrated with the asteroids and Save the Chief.
Sure.
So I think you got to be open-minded. You got to be continuing to assess in a real-time way, because brands become relevant and really engaged when they connect with cultural truths and cultural moments, like the gaming phenomenon when everyone
Sure.
is stuck at home.
Right.
So I would say that if you have the right thought process around your brand and its strategy and its vision, you can be working at those different levels you're talking about, whether it's the big megastar down to the micro and nano influencer.
So a question that came in was, and it's really interesting because we've been talking about gaming, is emerging technologies. Now I'll steer clear of TikTok for the two of us, the over 40 crowd, a little bit. But how important is it for you when you're working with your agencies and with your brand teams that you are, as for some of the brands that you're talking about and some of your key, your core brands, how important are emerging technologies, whether it's going to Clubhouse, whether it's going to where some of these consumers are, whether it is TikTok, or whether it's being in different places. So gaming obviously is a big place. Does it create also too a new landscape where you can get away quickly from the core audience, where that core audience is? It's funny on the coast and somewhat Chicago and New Jersey, we think that everyone's DVRing, everybody is watching the same Netflix shows, and it really ignores a good part of the country that really isn't. And that is watching television in real time. And that's where they're still getting a lot of their news and a lot of their information. So how do you balance that as a marketer, especially with, let's say, younger staff that's coming in and telling you, hey, this is where we need to be? So how do you find that balance, and what do you really, where do you feel the company's going in regards to that?
Well, I think we're mass market brands. We want to be everywhere the consumer wants to shop and view and engage. And so reach is the oxygen of brands. So looking at new technology, new mediums like gaming, Also down to, we're big believers in television as well. And television is the fastest reach vehicle, but we are tacking and moving dynamically towards more and more digital and making sure that we have great online videos, which are not, not just lifts and breaks and pickups of what we've done on TV, but actually work in a more future forward approach. Our agency Pyro, who works on both of the Butterfinger and Crunch brands, actually our whole portfolio there, created something which is a long form entertainment, which is the Butterfinger Investigation miniseries and webisodes. And that's because we're competing with entertainment today. And, when you look at all the streaming services, the consumer can find themselves digitally and technologically empowered to avoid advertising. So you got to think like an entertainer, because that's their competitive space. And we're working on doing that in all the brands to make sure we get the engagement and the reach we need. Webisodes is one of them. On the Nutella brand, we're working on in-stream video and in-feed social video, and trying to find ways to really, trigger the crave and be, sparking the deliciousness of Nutella in a relevant and engaging way, hitting them and talking to them exactly where it would make sense. Because if you interrupt, you're going to get avoided. If you're making sense, but also adding value and being relevant and meaningful, like adding value to people, the product should give people a service. If you can do that in a way and a time, I always say, if you have someone on the Food Network and they see a delicious Nutella crepe, they're going to say, I want that. That makes sense. So we're looking at all of the different levels of technology and all the different mediums to catch reach and to catch our audience wherever they are. And building that relevance, as I said, whether it's a food connection, a gaming connection, or even the mobile connection with the phone numbers that I talked about.
So I'm gonna put you on a little bit on the hot seat on the question, but it's good because you're in the confectionery world, and it's a different type of situation. But we've seen with so much change in the last year, not just due to COVID, but social issues and social justice and brands standing for different elements. Do you feel that, right now where you are at Ferrero, it's a different perspective than you would have at, say, at Unilever, where you might represent brands such as Dove or some messages or some brands that have had messaging? Have you, has that been a topic that's been brought up from the C-suite level down? Because I would imagine that right now it's impossible, and we face it every day when we're talking to brands. We're trying to say, let's incorporate some element. So we'll push some element to our brands to say, hey, look, let's put a donation towards a talent's charity or charitable endeavors. Let's do something like that. How is it in your space? Have you felt have you felt the pressure to do that? Or have you felt, hey, look, we are right now where we are, we can just let people derive pleasure from our products and keep it light and keep it airy versus having to take a tough stand where some other brands might have to?
So just to answer that, it's a great question, Doug. Thank you. It's on a couple of different levels, I would say. I would touch on, if you think about what brands need to do in the world, is they have the money to send out messages. We are I liken brands to leaders who, if you're going to try to command attention and say something, you've got to give some value added. So by that, I mean, the brand has to, again, serve its target, serve its audience, be meaningful in their lives. And I think what people want from these categories is that emotional uplift, that joy. They want it to be light. They don't want us to make a political statement per se, and try to make a social cause issue. However, at the same time, we have to give back. So we have a promotion we did over the holiday season with No Kid Hungry, where people could buy a jar of Nutella and that would give a kid a breakfast. We're working on that over the longer term to continue to support initiatives like that, because that's an important as a food product that we want to give that back. And so I think that is part of a longer term strategy and thought process to say, how do we add value back to society? And then if I bridge in and say, okay, what can we do in terms of our communications? Well, I think we can be representative, but also, as I said, as a leader, providing a sense of direction and a sense of optimism, a sense of hope, and a sense of, I would say, big picture, where can things go? So we should be giving people, not in a political way so much, but a sense of empowerment and powerfulness. So unstereotyping, being, playing people not in typecasts or stereotypes or roles that would be traditional, but trying to think more broadly about, how we can make sure that casting is, and the acting and everything is authentic and giving the right messages. So, finding ways to make, people powerful and
Right.
empowered in the advertising, and not having those traditional kind of situations of that put people in a not progressive way. There was a situation in one of the spots we were doing where I said, actually, I want to switch these casting people around, because we need to actually send a different message here.
Sure.
And so I think that's what brands can do and brands need to do. And in the context of these categories, we want to put a smile on people's face and give them a bit of joy.
Of course. And so, and to that, and putting that smile on the face, and I'll bring it back to world of celebrity, as you can imagine. Are there, examples or any campaigns that you've also seen, and if not, I guess we could talk more about just ways to work with talent where you're just bringing them out there for that smile, and you mentioned Shaq and being able to do that, where you're really trying to emit, a good feeling, and it's a fun campaign. Tell us, in terms of what you're seeing out there right now, and especially in your space, but then also in other areas, in CPG, in automotive. Are you seeing a different trend that you might follow when it comes to using celebrity for emotion or using the influencer? So I don't know if that's exactly clear, but are you seeing that the opportunities are presenting themselves in a bigger way with celebrities who are now bigger than just their TV shows? So they're brands in and of themselves. So if you look at Brie Larson with Nissan, so she's somebody who personifies female empowerment and giving back and doing things like that. So do you see the vehicle being the talent and finding a way to emit or to emote positive feelings for your brand?
Well, I think, sure, if you find the right celebrity, and I think that Brie Larson one for Nissan's excellent, because it shows female empowerment, and that works for her, works for the brand. And so I think those examples are really great. You've got the people from Schitt's Creek, the guy who's on the M&M's commercial,
Dan Levy.
And it talks about the product, and I think it's definitely possible. I say again, we got to be careful that we're not putting a celebrity in, not thinking it through. And we've talked, Doug, that with young and the lack of continuity sometimes in marketing, the organization has no memory. And
Right.
you end up with people who, and situations where things come in and out, and the consistency isn't there over the longer term. So I definitely see that there are opportunities and roles for that, but I wouldn't want that to overshadow. As you mentioned, these celebrities are huge mega brands in some cases, and their brand is bigger than our brand. If I think, if you looked at their total reach, their total audience, and their revenue, if you want to go to that space, they'd be bigger brands. So
Would that cause you to shy away from working with them, or would you, because if they make a mistake or if something goes wrong, or you don't get the messaging across. Now, we're, knock on wood, we're fortunate that neither one of us has had too many cases where it didn't go well. But, I think that there's so much more good that can be had by, their audience and their, who they reach that might be bigger than yours. So would that cause you concern, or would that keep you away from that?
It would definitely ensure, I would ensure that we think it through in terms of how you have integration, you have a connection point, and it makes the brand work in its deliver its promise and its proposition to the consumer. So in some cases, I've seen it as a bolt-on. It's just like, insert celebrity here. There's no real connection to the bigger picture. And in that case, the celebrity is trumping, and you're actually advertising the celebrity.
Right.
In the case of what you're trying to look at is that there's a pivot on the product. And so that, the expression I would use is that if you take the product out, the ad collapses. And that means that you have the storytelling and the situation being absolutely that the celebrity is building and in the content and the story, the product and the brand, and it pivots on that necessity to have the brand or the product in there.
You look at the campaign for Real Beauty, which we discussed earlier, and even Dirt is Good, where you could augment, and it was done, and we did some work in those, where you augmented the campaign. The campaign was really the focal point, but the talent was there to amplify certain aspects of the good. Can you tell us, can you give us a little bit, anything about, those are two iconic campaigns, but maybe Campaign for Real Beauty is a little bit more known to people in the US?
Well, I think an absolutely brilliant piece of creative was done around the Campaign for Real Beauty during the COVID period, where you said, real beauty can be courageous. And you saw people who were on the front line, our beloved medical workers, our frontline workers, wearing the mask and taking them off after a very long stint of caring for people. And it was this idea that real beauty can be courageous and brave and bold. And so I think that's very interesting, and you could actually find a way that you could connect then in a person, maybe a famous person, into that. And it would be, again, consistency over time, right on the brand message of real beauty, and not diluting. And so you find these opportunities to create, you said highlights. So on the graphic equalizer, you would actually have a highlight there, and you'd have a bit of gasoline on the fire, so to speak.
Sure.
And you'd amplify. And so I think that's a very key aspect that you could say it works.
Absolutely. I'm looking to see, there's a couple other questions. One question that's pretty interesting, and as we get towards the end, do you find it difficult sometimes to get all of your agencies on the same page to execute campaigns? Is there anything that that you see, with so many different questions out there, so many different ways? Is it more difficult these days, where you have everybody kind of in their little segment, versus before you had a PR firm and an ad agency, or you just had the ad agency leading? Is that something that you found to be difficult in your position?
I think that the world of today is about collaboration and about more of us around the table with specialties and experience that can drive towards the bigger picture and the broader and stronger result. So the expression is, no one of us is as smart as all of us. Now, what we need to do is make sure that we have a very, very crystal clear brand communication strategy, right from the vision and ambition right down to the executional pieces. And we've just created that on our brands. And the IA team is now, interagency team is now infused with that. And so everyone has a guiding light. And then the other part is, as consumers are obviously media savvy, but also inundated with a fragmented multitude of mediums these days, we have to have very, very clear identities. And that can be visual, can be sound, can obviously all the colors. And so those identities need to be repeatable assets. So with the IAT, scope and way of working, what we do is we bring all those pieces together with a consistent strategy from top to bottom and a set of repeatable assets.
Makes sense. That's great. Well, thanks, Mark. I see Pearl is here, but thanks for your time. It's been enlightening, our few conversations, but really appreciate you taking the time.
I think it was great, Doug, and I thank you for the interview and the time. And Burns Entertainment and you are the best agency I've never worked with.
Well, we're going to change that as soon as we hang this up. There's going to be a deck in your inbox, so we'll find it.
Okay.
Making it happen.
Yes.
That was so fun. Definitely, that it's incredible to see what who a brand chooses to be the face, the person, the character, the symbol of their brand. It totally can take the brand to the next level or not, depending on how they operate in the real world. But I took Scott Galloway's brand sprint, and that's a whole part of his lecture. It's really important to see how the character of a real life person can take the brand to a next level.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pearl.
Thank you, Pearl.
Mark. Thanks,
Bye.
Doug. We'll see you
Take
guys
care.
soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we're on to our last session of the day. We have Brittany Williams, the Director of Global Omni Shopper Marketing from Kellogg Company, and her session will be moderated by Casey Bergseth, Executive Editor of CPG at Velasys.
Correct. Executive Director of Sales. Yep, correct.
Welcome to the stage, Brittany and Casey. How's it going?
Thanks for having us.
Hey, it's going good. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
How's the day going, Pearl? I know we're kind of batting cleanup here. We're batting last. So is everything
We're
going all right?
closing the day out strong.
Perfect. Love it. Great. Well, everyone, thanks for joining. I'll do a quick intro of myself and then pass it to Brittany to intro herself as well. Casey Bergseth. I'm with Velasys, coming to you live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, where I think our temperature has ranged this week anywhere between about 85 and maybe around 40. So quite a variance there. My experience, I got about 20 years in the CPG and shopper and digital space. My current role, I run the sales group for the Midwest and the West Coast for Velasys. This is my first time with Brand Innovators, so thank you guys very much for having me. And I've worked with Kellogg's on many fronts over the years from a professional perspective, and I also have some personal brand experience with some of the Kellogg's brands over the years. So I will start off with a quick little couple tidbits with regards to that. So as a kid, I still have distinct memories of a couple things. Number one being Eggo waffles being like my number one thing to look forward to from a snack perspective as a kid. And I do distinctly remember there was a no sugar cereal rule in the house for when I was a youngster, but my mom's favorite cereal was Frosted Flakes. So there's always like one box of cereal that was Frosted Flakes in our cupboard that was like only for my mom until I became a certain age. I can't remember honestly what age that was, pathetically. But, and I hope she's not watching, what I used to do to make my own sugar cereal is to combine the chocolate, either powder or sauce we had in the house with actual Rice Krispies. And voila, what do you know? You have chocolate Cocoa Krispies.
You have Cocoa Krispies.
She wouldn't even know. Yeah, exactly. So I found my way around the mountain at a very early age. And
Are you looking for a job in R&D?
I'm open to anything, I feel like. So that was one of my first like childhood memories of like personally invoking Kellogg's products that came to mind immediately. So I wanted to share that little that fun little tidbit. And with that,
I love it.
I will pass the mic to you, Brittany, for a quick little background intro for you.
Yeah, so and again, thank you for having me today. I always love interacting with the Brand Innovators community, and Casey, I know it's your first time, but welcome to the community. It's great. So I joined Kellogg's in July of 2019. So almost 2 years coming up here this summer. And my role specifically is the director of our global shopper marketing strategy for Kellogg's. So it's a global capacity role across North America, LATAM, Europe, and Asia Pacific. And the role spans as building our global shopper marketing capability. And I know we'll talk more about that today. And then I also oversee our shopper strategy for our global brands, which are Special K, Pringles, and Cheez-It. So you have to think through different regions have different brands. There's brands in Europe that I'd love to get my hands on, but I can't get them here. But Pringles, what will be Cheez-It here shortly, and Special K have great global penetration.
I love it. I love that you have like such a large role with regards to like such a large portfolio, such a large territory that you kind of can you can see what's working in some areas and what's not working in some areas, and apply your learnings and apply like your wants and your demands for.
That's the best.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, like even this morning, or late last night, I was emailing with the teams in Singapore, and they shared something that I thought the team in London would love. So just being able to like connect best practices and good work across the globe has been one of my favorite things about the role.
I love it. I love it. In my world, I only get to connect like people in Chicago to Minneapolis to Los Angeles. So yours is like a whole another level of connectivity, which I'm sure we'll get into a little bit later here too. But that's awesome. So that being said, I mean, I know we've had kind of a 2020 year of not too much travel, not too much that stuff going on. But when in the normal course of your role, are you bouncing around from country to country? Are you a little bit more stationary, or how are you kind of handling some of that stuff?
Yeah, there was a lot of travel prior to COVID, and it was actually a nice benefit to see the world and to be immersed into different cultures. And I always say to anyone in marketing, if you can have a stint or a run of show per se in a global capacity, you should absolutely do it, because what it opens your experience up to is just understanding different market complexities and different consumers and shoppers in different markets, and how taste transfers to different markets. But as far as travel, that is something that's greatly missed. I doubt we'll be doing any global travel this year. Probably domestic. We'll see about next year, but hopefully get over to all of our regions next year, hopefully.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you on hopefully. I think a lot of things are hopefully these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned the shopper, and I think that's kind of one of the cool parts about what you mentioned as far as your role. So let's maybe talk a little bit more just in general about like the shopper capability and the consumer. And this is the consumer engagement session, but I'd love to hear just a little bit more about the Kellogg shopper capability and how you approach that in your role.
Yeah, so what's important is that, and what I believe is a massive miss within all CPG organizations, is that we do not equal out the importance of marketing to our shoppers as we do marketing to our consumers. Driving business as a whole, right? You definitely need to drive brand love, but you also need to drive share of wallet. You can't do one without the other, right?
Sure.
And so I've had roles across brand, across shopper, across commercial. So I've done them all. And what I've been able to see is that shopper marketing is wildly misunderstood in the organization, and in not just Kellogg, and many CPG organizations. And because of that, because it's wildly misunderstood, it is often deprioritized in regards to seats at the table, in regards to funding, in regards to headcount resources, as well as commercial excellence and communication flow. So as I came into the role, I took a great deal of time just taking inventory and assessment of where we are globally across several key pillars within the shopper data set, right? So from shopper strategy to shopper insights to perfect store to shopper execution and activation, agency models, internal org structures, just seeing the differences that we had across the globe, what worked, what didn't. And that really allowed me to be able to craft for Kellogg's our case for change and how we're going to market to our shoppers moving forward. And it's, you know, the art of that is called building capability, right? Because as I have my colleagues, you know, Lauren Newman spoke earlier, you know, she is driving the cereal business in North America of today. She's driving what's on shelf today. Mm-hmm. I'm focused on 2, 3, 4, 5 years out, knowing that the market is moving way more fast than any company is able to keep up. And so if you don't have a group within your organizations that's focused on building the muscle of the team and of our capabilities, and that goes across e-commerce, sales, media, creative, innovation, you've got to build the future of what that's going to look like. So that is what I'm doing at Kellogg. And having a lot of those global inputs to the work has been very helpful to be able to establish our roadmap at Kellogg's and what we need to do moving forward across those key pillars, like I said, insight, strategy, perfect store, activation, agency model, and org structure. And so what I'm building is the Kellogg way of shopper marketing. And it's very exciting. It's not been easy, but it's very exciting. And what's been even more exciting to see is that it's starting to take shape and regions are utilizing the principles and they're utilizing the work. And we're starting to see really great traction.
Love it.
In how we market to shoppers.
Cool. I think what I like the most, and I when you had said that, like, I think it sounds like you can kind of take the reins and you're kind of building something and changing something from scratch, and with your role and with your purview from a 30,000 foot view, you get to see, like, from a resource perspective, allocation of resources, people, headcounts, strategies, insights, having, sitting where you sit. That sounds like a really cool and exciting. And I know I'm kind of loving the R&D side of things with Kellogg's already. Now I'm kind of getting into the international realm. So you and I might have to chat after this about.
You might have to shoot me your resume.
I know, exactly. Hopefully my boss isn't watching. I'm already probably.
It's a great company to work for.
Yeah, it just sounds like really cool to be able to build something, not necessarily from scratch, but being able to come in and be a change agent within, like, such a important vertical from consumer and shopper perspective. So for me, it just sounds like a really cool way for you to kind of take your learning and enact some change. I think to me, that sounds like a very attractive place to be.
Yeah, I mean, it is from scratch, but that's what's been the exciting thing, is building what's going to make sense for us given, market maturity levels and complexities. But it is an exercise of, you hear the phrase, building the plane while we're flying it, or flying the plane while we're building it. Mm-hmm. It's very much that. So it's a balance of trying to move some things forward while we're still building the infrastructure. So
makes sense. Well,
and then that's predominantly probably 60% of my role, and then 40% is, like I said, shopper strategy for our global brands.
Cool. Well, I can't build a plane or fly a plane, so I think I'm not going to apply for that job.
Okay.
We'll give that to somebody else. All right. So moving on to your job sounds like international scope, larger role. So I assume kind of what we just had chatted about, you get to see, like, the bigger picture. And I will say, like, putting yourself in my shoes and vice versa, like, my role day to day is, I feel kind of like toggles between sometimes getting into granular details of the day to day. Sometimes that's of a necessity. I don't necessarily want to be in there, but you need to do that to learn the small things and apply them to bigger picture conversations across, whether it's within one client or one campaign, or a bigger picture strategy for the company. for the year. But would you say, given, I think what I like about like the sound of your role is you are able to kind of see a lot, but do you ever kind of miss the granular day-to-day details in what you do these days?
There's certainly pros and cons to both types of roles.
Mhm.
I because I've had roles that are delivering the business of today, I've certainly experienced that. Probably will rotate back there again one day. But I think I'm good right now. I mean, to be provided this opportunity and to have built the trust that I've been able to build within our global regions and teams, it's been a great opportunity, and there's still so much to do, a lot of work to get done. And what keeps me energized about it is that, and kind of going back to my phrase of shoppers wildly misunderstood, its role and its importance within the organization is that you can spend all the money in the world on creating this amazing innovative product. You can spend all the money in the world, making a Super Bowl spot, right? And just other examples could follow. But if it's not on the shelf, if shoppers can't buy it, they can't find it, if it's not available, then we've got a problem, right? Shoppers still have to buy the product. And so once that is unlocked within the organization about how can we market to the people with the wallet, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yep, completely agree. Makes perfect sense. And I have to imagine too, like you came in 19, so you didn't even have like that much time, I feel like, from a change perspective until COVID hit. So
no.
Kudos to you for trying to enact change when a time when I think change was kind of forced on all of us, both personally and professionally. Think about how different 2020 was than pretty much every other year that we've all experienced. And you're coming in trying to like make changes here globally when this is happening, changing globally anyways. So that being said, I mean, 2020 was like super unique for everybody. I imagine, and I'm positive that a huge part of your Kellogg's portfolio did awesomely. I know that my personal Cheez-It consumption increased a good amount. Can you just speak a little bit? Yeah, speak a little bit more about like how you guys plan to leverage that for the future.
Yeah. So our CEO said something the other day. He said, we just went through the largest live sampling event that we will ever be in.
So true. So true.
Yeah. And what's exciting about that is that during COVID, especially in the early days, last March, April, May, when a lot of the pantry stocking and basket building behavior was going on. I mean, I don't know about you, but I went to the grocery store and spent, well, I'm not going to say several $100s on just me, because we were just in that loading standpoint. We were fearful. We didn't know what to expect. And what we found from a sentiment standpoint is that consumers and shoppers were looking for brands and products that were familiar to them and products that they knew would provide what they needed from a satiation standpoint, as well as fulfilling the need of being at home throughout every meal of the day and every snack of the day. And so we take a lot of pride that we were able to be a brand, a collection of brands, of course, with our master brand of Kellogg. We take a lot of pride that we were able to be there with families across the world, as we all had to hunker down and go through that together. Of course, with that, does bring a lot of growth that was unexpected. And when you think about comping that and what our priorities are for this year, the three lessons and the priorities that we had coming out of it were, and lessons learned, number one was access to food. We all experienced supply shortages, 1 pack of toilet paper per person was unheard of. We've never experienced that before.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, everything from not, manufacturers could not produce enough product to meet the demand. And so we learned a lot from a supply chain standpoint, and we learned a lot in how we best partner with our retailers from a supply and demand standpoint, so that we perhaps are prepared if God forbid something like that happened again.
Yep.
You know, but the motto really during that time was get the food to the people. It was all hands on deck. As many other companies did, you know, advertising and any promotion efforts came to a halt, and it was roll up your sleeves, get the food to the people, do what we can to make sure that our shoppers and consumers are fed.
Yeah, totally agree. I can quickly, sorry to interrupt you, but as far as the supply chain aspect of everything, like I have like vivid memories from like early 2020 when, like, shortly after it was officially announced as being a pandemic. I don't think I'll ever forget, like, the first time I went out to, after that announcement, I went out to a brick and mortar grocery store here in Minneapolis just to go down the center aisle and grab some things that have, you know, that are, to your point, that were like a little bit familiar to me, or at least I tried to find things that were familiar to me, but that was immediately, that was a challenge. But I'll never forget going down the prepared foods aisles at the store that's local to me, and like all I saw was empty shelves, like for like 60 straight feet. And I was like, oh man, I thought I was getting here. I came like straight from a lunch meeting to the store, like after it was announced, and I was like, oh my gosh, like everything is already completely sold out that has like anything that's not like a fresh or a dairy product. I was like, oh man, this might be like, I had like a little heart skipped a beat at that moment of my life. And I was like, oh man, since then it's like consumer behavior for me, or just like the mental mindset of all of that, like changed. And I know it's like a topic of what we're talking about today, but that's just like an interesting feeling that, like, as a consumer, at least in the United States of America, where I've been, like, I've never had that feeling, was like a full
there's not product,
no selection, no food. Like that was before the bathroom tissue situation. That was just like a food for next week situation for me. Right. I was normally, before COVID, I was on the go. So I had like next to nothing in my condo because I'm always gone. So like when I finally come home, and I go to the store to shop and there's nothing there, that like exponentially raises the concern for me. So I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that feeling. So I think from a consumer perspective, hopefully for the industry and for the food manufacturers across the country, hopefully this is a lesson that we can all kind of, for consumers and for manufacturers, right? We can all kind of like understand, like, hey, this type of thing can happen, and we can guard against some of those things for all of us in the future. That's just a feeling I'll honestly never forget. So
yeah, same here. And I think because of what we experienced, right, was the obvious rise of e-commerce behavior. Kellogg had already, had in place the right e-commerce capability and strategy and structure in place that we had invested in several years ago, both from a financial standpoint and a talent standpoint. So when that hit, we were one of the few who were ready to go. Even though there was still so much learning and optimization that happened, I can say that we had invested early. We were ready to stand up to what was needed. From an e-com standpoint, our sales doubled in 2020, and we sales netted at $1.1 billion, which was a triple increase from year ago, and it moved our overall our overall business percentage of e-com to about 10% of overall sales. We were already at about 8%, and we've now arrived in the double digits. Obviously, brick and mortar is still extremely important right now. That's 90% of our business. Yep. But the momentum that we saw through COVID in relation to e-commerce is definitely not slowing down. And it's something that we're excited to see grow and move forward.
Yep, for sure. And I'll even say for me, for my personal 2020 e-com experience, I definitely remember too, like when I would do after the experience going in store, you come back and you come down and try to check to see where you can order online. I remember trying to do, I was Amazon Prime subscriber for some things. So I went to Amazon and tried to set up my delivery for groceries for the week. But like that was back when a time when you couldn't even basically find like a delivery time or a date. And it was tough to know when you're shopping online, like they show you the consumer interfaces, you see the food online, but then you don't know if it's going to actually be in stock until you get to the checkout. But then you can't physically check out because there's not a delivery time available yet. So like, I remember going through all of that when I was trying to, and I remember keep going back to I had my work computer and then my personal one. And my personal one was always like loaded to Amazon because I had to go back and like hit the refresh button so many times that there'd be an open window for me to be able to.
What's interesting is that in Europe, a lot of the Omni players, you select your time first.
Okay, yeah.
Which I think is something that we should have here because I've experienced the same thing.
Yeah. I'll never forget, like my refresh button was like the letters weren't even visible anymore after I got done with my first couple trips. So
yeah.
Well, yeah, that's awesome to see. I know e-com for us too, as a company, e-com has been a huge, e-com shopping, and I think there's going to be a huge percentage of consumers that adopt to that long term. And I can even tell you that when, like probably like in April or May, I remember having a quick little online tutorial with my mom who was trying to learn how to get groceries delivered to her. So I remember setting her up and walking her through piece by piece to get her set up with, I think it was Instacart at the time, as far as like what she was trying to sign up for so she could do multiple outlets. She'll still definitely want to get some time to go back out to the stores, but now that you have that account, you have the familiarity, you've kind of come over that hurdle for the change hurdle. You know what I mean? We kind of talked about it really, but like once you kind of get yourself in the framework of, okay, maybe certain categories and products I can just click online and have them sent to my house. I might want to go pick out certain things, but I think that might even change. My parents are in their mid 70s. So for them to kind of come into the e-com space at this stage in their life could be like an interesting little change, I think, for all of our clients and consumers in the future as to like which ones kind of hang on with e-com and which ones maybe go back to a little bit more of the brick and mortar as we move into the future.
Yeah, I think from what we saw with Kellogg, and by the way, Instacart, there was a data point that they shared that 40% of their shoppers during the COVID timeframe, which is the majority of 2020, 40% were new users, which I thought was very interesting. When we looked at our data from an e-com standpoint last year, what's very interesting is that 79% of sales were for omni players. And what I mean by omni players are retailers that have both brick and mortar and e-com coverage. So thinking about Walmart, Tesco, Kroger, and not only just drive up or click and collect, but they also have ship to home e-commerce capabilities as well. So it still shows me as creating a point of view about shopper behavior that shoppers are just shopping everywhere. It's not an either or, it's an and. They're shopping here and here. They're shopping on social channels. They're just shopping everywhere. And so as you're building your channel strategy and you're building your media plan, it's you need to be very careful about not niching it into one specific retail channel, because at least for us, 79% of our sales were from omni customers. And a lot of people find that interesting because they're like, I'm surprised it's not Amazon. I'm surprised it's not Pure Play. For food and beverage, it just isn't that. And a lot of that has to do with the margin pressures that exist within a Pure Play model. If you go shopping on Amazon, if it's not Amazon Fresh, if it's just Amazon in general, you typically have to buy more in bulk, right? You want one box of Pop-Tarts, but you have to buy a 4-pack. And that fulfills a different shopper need. And that's largely because of the margin pressures and demands.
Yep, makes perfect sense. So yeah, I know a huge amount of your products did awesome in 2020, but flip side of that question, I guess, or flip side of that equation would be, as we move into 2021, do you think you have some, as the kind of a, we'll call it the return to normalcy, or the direction of return to normalcy happens for all of us? What types of stuff do you have set up, or you think maybe 21 could even be better for a few products or brands versus, I know, the unique huge increases for 2020?
Yeah, a lot of our growth and sustained sales in 2020 were with our cereal and snacking brands, and snacking like Cheez-It, Pringles, etc.
Yep.
I think there's a great opportunity for our portable wholesome snacks category in 2021, because a lot of those brands like RX Bar, Pop-Tart, Rice Krispie Treat, Nutri-Grain, those are brands that are consumed on the go, whether they're packed in a lunchbox, whether they are a snack that you bring to work or to the gym. So a lot of those brands and products, I think there's a great opportunity to see those really shine in 2021, just due to consumer habits becoming hopefully more back to normal.
Yep, that makes sense. I even think about like my personal travel routine is basically involves before pandemic, it involved like Uber to Delta to Marriott to Starbucks, and then like kind of like on the go, you find like a Nutri-Grain bar would be at like in an airport, or you jump into a convenience store that's really close to your hotel, or the drug chains, obviously like very high number of locations, and convenience for me is like when you're on the go from meeting to meeting or going from A to B to C, convenience, quote unquote, and on the go is the name of the game. So for me, that would be like the first thing I would think about for my return to my normal work routine. I would say the RX Bar and Nutri-Grain would pop off the radar for me personally. So makes
definitely. Yeah. And I think as we prepped for 2021 and as we're in it right now, the number one question that we all had and the number one priority was, how do we maintain this, right? We saw explosive growth. What are the strategies in place to be able to maintain and comp this in 2021? And I think that, the things that continue to be true, right? Building brand love. We are investing very heavily into our brands from a above the line advertising and consumer messaging standpoint, but also driving more of that share of wallet and doing specific things like understanding receipt data and, understanding what people are shopping for so that we can serve up a right offer or promotion when they're shopping for different products and shopping at different places. Getting very granular like that, understanding their shopper behaviors, and then also really over investing in ratings and reviews. This is a key component to winning on the digital shelf. If you think about going into a retail store, that is a shelf that's run by very few people, right? Yeah. You've got a buyer, the retailer, they choose what goes on the shelf and what you see. It's completely different for the digital shelf. Digital shelf is owned by the many. It's people buying the products, rating the products, and obviously we know that the higher the rating, the more the rating, the higher up you are in the search results and on the category pages. So it's a huge emphasis to maintain, to just be there on the shelf when you type in snacks, when you type in chips, making sure that Pringles shows up, which is a bit of a no-brainer, but it's got to be done. So if I'm asked about specific tactics that we might be doing from a media standpoint, I'd say really it's just making sure that our products are showing up when shoppers want them. Has been a strong plan so far.
Yep. No, that makes perfect sense. I know when I'm online shopping, the things that I largely look at would be like the ratings and the reviews of like what do other people think of whatever the product may be, and then obviously along with price a little bit as far as figuring out what you're paying for like the quality. So that kind of like that comparison obviously would obviously ring true. Actually, we have a question that came in from the
Okay.
our first one came in. So I was trying to keep an eye on both like the questions, your questions, and then the clock. And I think I'm going a little cross-eyed here, but you let me know if I look funny. Any new product launches or campaign launches they can look out for in the next few months that would be interesting to chat through with the group?
A lot of exciting things coming down the pipeline. Not at liberty to share yet. What was exciting in North America here in January was our relaunch of Pringles and the new Viz ID. Mr. P got a haircut and looks a little bit different. So that is an exciting project across the globe, that we are elevating the Pringles brand and relaunching it from a Viz ID and messaging standpoint. Again, you're already seeing that on shelf in store.
Yep.
Had Super Bowl commercial, but that is something that I'm heavily vested in to roll out globally. But lots of other things in the hopper, but can't quite say.
Completely understand. I thought that might be the case for anything specific to a brand or a launch that's not maybe public yet. But kind of along the same vein, like when you think about the future of consumer engagement, shopper marketing, shopper engagement, like what do you think, just bigger picture from a Kellogg's perspective? Where do you see things going, whether it's from a channel perspective or e-com or even anything outside of I know you have a look into so many different geographies, like anything that you would say from a future perspective, what would be kind of jumping out for you for trends or things you're excited about that gets you going?
Yeah, I think you could break it up into several things. From a channel perspective, definitely e-com being on a sharp trajectory to keep increasing. And what's been very exciting is to see even countries like Russia and Mexico begin adopting more e-com versus obviously a US, Korea, the UK are very advanced in e-com. So I think as more markets come on board with adoption and utilization and execution of e-commerce, that's just going to continue to be big. Data and technology, I mean, that's like a whole nother Brand Innovators Week.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a key pillar of importance right now at Kellogg. Leveraging our first party data and delivering the right data-driven marketing funnel approach to again drive brand love with our consumers and share of wallet with our shoppers. And then of course, just from a sustainability standpoint, in the UK, we partnered with Tesco a couple of months ago to test a recyclable Pringles paper can, and that was a really exciting test. Yeah, you can Google it and find out more about it, but being at the forefront of sustainability is something that not only consumers and shoppers are seeking, but it's what our retailers are also asking of us. So if you think about a macro level, you've got channel focus, you've got brand building focus, data, sustainability, and then also scalability across our innovation pipeline, and across all different capabilities. The more that we're able to scale, the better we'll be.
Cool. I know we're coming up here on time, but we actually got one last question, or should we might have time to squeeze in a quick answer. I know Pearl just jumped on. So here's the question: with e-com exploding, are you looking to get more direct to consumer or staying with the omni-channel partners?
We definitely have a direct to consumer strategy in play. Recently just launched a product over in Europe called Imwell. You can check it out. It's imwell.com. And definite plans on advancing the D2C strategy moving forward. Yeah.
Awesome. Love it. Well, I think we're pretty much here at time. There are so many lessons learned, I feel like, from a consumer engagement perspective in 2020. And it's been really cool to chat and just talk through all the differences and all the changes and all the different lenses that you have as it relates to both the consumer lens and of course the Kellogg's lens across the globe. So Really appreciate the conversation and all the insight. Hopefully everybody else feels the same. Pearl, how's it going?
Thank you
Great.
too.
That was really fun. I love a lot of the brands that you oversee, Brittany. I was just looking up Pringle's haircut, and I totally got pictures that I did not think that I would see. So you know how people like all the brand love of people getting tattoos of their brands? Well, some people get his mustache haircut in their head.
Oh, yeah.
It was a little different.
Not something I'll be doing, but we thank them.
You're not loyal enough.
Yeah, I must not be.
Somewhere, I suppose.
That's so funny. Thanks for having me.
Well, yeah, we'll have you back again soon, I assume. Thanks so much for joining us today, Brittany and Casey.
Thanks.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you hosting us.
Yeah. Happy
Thanks,
Thursday.
all. Yep. Bye-bye.
So thanks to Brittany and Casey for closing out today's programming. And thank you so much for everyone else for joining us today. It was a great day of leaders, and we are excited for all of our upcoming days on this topic. We hope you will join Brand Innovators on Tuesday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time for a day on C-suite and marketing leadership. We will be joined by C-suite executives from United Health Group, Warner Brands, Del Taco, American Eagle Outfitters, Warner Brothers,